Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, members of the audience. Please turn off your phones or set to vibrate. We are about to begin the meeting. To begin, we'll do a call to order. And we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Raskin, will you lead us? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Councilmember Raskin. We will now call the roll.
Councilmember Negrete?
Here.
Councilmember Hall?
Present.
Councilmember Raskin?
Here.
Councilmember Snell?
Here.
Councilmember Zerniskaya?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick?
Here. Next is the land acknowledgement. Councilmember Hall, would you like to read it?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The city of Santa Monica is located on the land of Tuvangar. With great respect, the city acknowledges the Gabrieleño Tongva as the first people of this ancestral and unceded territory of Curravanga, a village that we know as Santa Monica. We honor their elders, past and present, and the Gabrieleño descendants who are part of the Gabrieleño Tongva tribes. We recognize that these peoples are still here, and as settlers and kuyam, or guests, we recognize our responsibility and obligation to care for their land in partnership with them. The city of Santa Monica commits to work in partnership with the Gabrieleño Tongva people to uplift their voices and visibility on their ancestral land.
Thank you.
And now sorry, Mayor.
The clerk will ask.
I know I wanted to ask, do any council members will any council members be recusing yourselves from any of the items on the agenda pursuant to the Levine Act? None? Okay.
None. So at this point, I'm going to propose some agenda management on behalf of staff. Staff is requesting that we hear items 11 and 13 together, that we accommodate a request to allow the Silus family representative to call in and speak before general public comment, that if closed session exceeds 1 hour, we remove the remaining closed session to be heard at the end of the meeting, that we hear the mayor's highlight and the city manager's report before general public comment, and that both public hearings be heard before closed session.
Is there a motion?
Yeah, so moved, and waive the necessary council rules to execute these requests.
Second. All right, thank you. Moved by Councilmember Hall, seconded by Councilmember Raskin.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zerniskaya?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick?
Yes.
Okay. So the first item is the city manager report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Zwick, members of the council. Good evening. Had a couple of quick updates we wanted to share with everyone here tonight. First, as we move into the spring, event season is starting, and we've got a busy week and weekend ahead of us here in Santa Monica. First off, tomorrow evening, we have the Sustainable Quality Awards at the Annenberg Community Beach House. During that event, we're going to be honoring 4 local businesses for their environmental stewardship, social responsibility, and sustainable economic development. We hope folks will join us for that. Again, that's tomorrow evening at the Annenberg Community Beach House. Then as we move to Saturday, the Beach House is inviting the entire community to take a moment and an unplug to enjoy the afternoon at the Beach House, to enjoy a range of offerings designed to support well-being, reflection, and connection. Wanted to share with everyone also that the brand new Santa Monica International Jazz Festival is opening this Sunday with a free event for the community on the promenade from 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. We're just delighted to have the festival take place here in Santa Monica as it kicks off a season full of events and activations that we'll be sharing more about in the coming weeks. The Jazz Festival also is planning to have ticketed events on May 8th and May 9th at the Broad Stage in Tongva Park. On May 9th, we're also going to have Fire Service Day at Fire Station 1. We're going to have a 50th birthday celebration for our Main Street Community Garden. There's going to be a beach walk-in sketch at the Beach House. There's going to be another Jewish American Heritage Month concert at the main library. And we're going to be celebrating the birthday of our main library as it turns 20. So we hope everyone takes advantage of these cool upcoming events that we've got here in Santa Monica. One of the reasons, though, that we've been moving this particular report up to the top of the meeting is thanks to the work of our terrific animal control team. We are introducing folks in person to our adoptable pet of the meeting. And tonight, we wanted to introduce everyone to Dove. Everybody meet Dove, a 1-year-old lab and pit bull mix. Hello, Dove. Dove came into the shelter with her brother and is the perfect medium-sized dog for a family that wants someone to cuddle and play with. Dove loves running around the yard with people and dogs, but also, as you can note from Dove's demeanor, calms down and relaxes very quickly. She's super gentle with people and kids. Please contact the animal shelter if you're interested in meeting Dove. And as always, you can visit the Santa Monica Animal Shelter Foundation website to make a donation or shop the Chewy wish list. With that, as we meet Dove, we'll turn it back over to you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I think we're now moving to travel announcements. Does anyone have any announcements on travel? Councilmember Negrete.
I see Councilmember Zerniska as well.
Councilmember Zerniska next.
Yeah. We both traveled to Sacramento for Cal Cities. Besides being introduced on the assembly floor with assembly members of borough, we attended the Cal Cities conference. In part, we also met with our state legislators to push for AB 218 to help our community resolve the issues under major lawsuits that are impacting our city financially. I attended various meetings within the conference. One that struck out to me was how we do build and finance a great park. And another one was how AI technology can help our code enforcement using special cameras actually to take photos of commercial corridor vacant properties and instantaneously find any code enforcement issues. So it's always a great opportunity to learn from other cities and what they're doing, and always a great opportunity to meet with our state legislators to make sure they understand the needs of Santa Monica.
Thank you. Councilmember Zerniskaya.
Thank you. So as Councilmember Negrete just noted, we attended the Cal Cities City Leaders Summit in Sacramento last week. And in addition to the opportunities to connect with fellow city leaders from across the state, and as Councilmember Negrete noted, meet with legislators' offices to discuss how Santa Monica's most pressing issues can be addressed with state legislation. I personally got to attend some breakout sessions on really important topics like the role of childcare in creating family-friendly cities and the role of local governments in protecting our community in the midst of the current federal administration's extreme focus on immigration enforcement. I was also thrilled to be able to attend the Housing and Community Development Committee meeting with Councilmember Negrete to observe and provide moral support to Councilmember Hall as he testified in support of our city-sponsored bill, AB 1740, which addresses a number of our state legislative priorities. And I'm very happy to report that the bill passed the committee with an enthusiastic 12-0 unanimous vote.
Thank you so much. Anyone else have travel to report on? Councilmember Hall?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So last week, I was asked by the city manager to testify in Sacramento on behalf of the city in support of AB 1740, as Councilmember Zernitskaya just said at the Assembly Housing and Community Development Committee hearing last Wednesday. So AB 1740 sits squarely within Santa Monica's state legislative platform, which the council adopted in a public hearing in March 2025, as well as being aligned with our realignment plan. So the bill aligns directly with our adopted positions across multiple policy areas, including local control of preferential parking zones for residents and mobility capital improvements, production and preservation of infill housing, especially affordable housing, streamlined permitting for businesses and housing, outdoor dining and economic activation, preservation of access to our coast, protection of environmentally sensitive areas, and reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. Definitely want to thank my colleagues, Councilmember Zernitskaya and Councilmember Negrete, for taking some time away from their League of Cities activities to join me in chambers. The emotional support was appreciated. It was my first time testifying in Sacramento. After the hearing, I then tagged along with my two colleagues to meetings with State Senator Ben Allen and Assembly Members Burr's staff, where we discussed AB 218 reform. Like my colleague said, we made the case for amendments that would better protect real victims while preserving municipalities' ability to continue providing the critical services we are responsible for. That concludes my travel report. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Mayor Pro Tem, sorry, I put my name in the queue.
Sorry about that.
I just wanted to make clear and take this opportunity, since we're on the dais talking about it, with all due respect, I've already had conversations with both my colleague, Councilmember Hall, and Assembly Members of Burr. Although I do independently not support AB 1740 in its current form, there are 90% of that bill I agree with. The housing portion I am not in agreement with, and that's what democracy is about. We're allowed to do that. So I just wanted to take a personal note to say that my attendance to Cal Cities and at these events were in attendance at Cal Cities and support in different ways. But I just wanted to point out that my independent position on AB 1740 is quite different from the city's position, but thank you.
Thank you. So now I see we're at the mayor's highlight. I'm not sure if we have that ready to go.
Yes.
All right. This is the moment. And here's the mayor. Perfect timing. She gets to do the highlight. I was going to say this is the moment where the mayor honors members of our city staff for doing excellent work. No. All you.
Okay, apologies, everyone. Had to say hi to Dove downstairs that I just missed. Okay, so as you know, we like to honor our staff who are doing the silent work behind the scenes, making sure that our city is running well. And so we are going to be honoring Traffic Services Officer Jeffrey Pinkerton and Officer Reagan Mina. So on March 12, 2026, about 8 p.m., Traffic Services Officer TSO Jeffrey Pinkerton and Officer Reagan Mina responded to Lot 3 North, located at 1150 Palisades Beach Road, for a medical emergency. For law enforcement purposes, a medical emergency can range from minor medical needs, such as a person falling and injuring their leg, to significant calls, such as a person experiencing chest pains indicative of a heart attack. In this instance, it was probably the worst call you could receive, which is a baby or child not breathing. To make the situation a bit more intense, the family brought the baby to TSO Pinkerton while he was conducting enforcement action on the beach lot. TSO Pinkerton had no time to mentally prepare for what was about to happen, but to say he handled it well is an understatement. TSO Pinkerton immediately began life-saving efforts on the child. He turned the baby over and began emergency airway clearance techniques in an attempt to clear anything which may have been lodged in the baby's throat. While doing this, he was able to use his police radio to advise dispatch of the situation. Officer Reagan Mina and his partner responded with lights and sirens to the location. TSO Pinkerton realized he was near Santa Monica Fire Station 7 and headed toward the fire station with the baby. TSO Pinkerton realized the fire engine was not at the location, so he continued with additional life-saving efforts to clear up any possible obstruction. At this point, the baby began to spit up but was still breathing abnormally. Officer Regan Mina arrived on the scene and provided additional assessment. Officer Mina described the baby as appearing limp, motionless, and had an unknown white fluid dripping from its mouth. TSO Pinkerton handed the baby to Officer Mina, who continued emergency life-saving efforts. The baby's father assisted Officer Mina by conducting a finger swipe of the mouth to clear the remaining obstruction, which resulted in successfully regaining a normal breathing pattern. Their actions reflect a profound commitment to humility, placing the needs of others above self, integrity by applying their training with precision and accountability, and motivation by responding without hesitation to a critical moment. Above all, their genuine care for the well-being of our community embodies the core values of the city of Santa Monica. Through their courage and compassion, TSO Pinkerton and Officer Mina not only saved a life, but also reinforced the trust and confidence that our community places in its public servants. So without further ado, would love if the folks that we're honoring could come up. And I don't know if you wanted to say a few words to the council before we take a photo. No, okay. Don't want to say a few words. Well, we are very, very grateful for your heroic acts, and we would love to take a photo with you guys. Absolutely. It's Officer Mena, everyone. I'm so sorry I pronounced his name wrong.
Thank you.
I know, that's exactly what I was thinking. Ready? 1, 2, 3. More. Okay, don't move. Others, please. Thank you. Thank you.
And again, apologies for my horrible pronunciation. It's Officer Mena. I just want to be very clear. So when you see Pinkerton and Mena on the street, you can thank them. Okay.
So Mayor, now we have on the phone Silus White's representative. You missed this part. They voted to let them speak.
Great.
Madam Mayor, maybe for context, later this evening, the council will be conducting a public hearing to consider the renaming of San Vicente Terrace as Silus White Street. This is all part of the expansion of the city's restorative justice and DEI-related programs. And in conversations with representatives from the White family, they have authorized a member of their team to make a statement this evening. We were hoping to be able to facilitate that before the meeting got too late into the evening.
Great. Let's do that. And that is before our special agenda items. Great.
Go ahead, David.
Give that to Lana. I think Lana's doing it. I think.
Good evening.
There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, very good. Good evening to the mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council. My name is Sadara Divan. I am an attorney for the White family, and it's my pleasure to be present with you this evening and to share this statement on their behalf. The family of Silus White acknowledges the city of Santa Monica for its impending designation of Silus White Street. We look forward to the city's continued efforts to recognize and address the historical injustices experienced by communities of color. This action is a significant step in acknowledging the racially motivated policies that hindered individuals and families from accessing entrepreneurship, homeownership, and the accumulation of generational wealth. While no single measure can fully remedy these losses or restore unrealized opportunities, it is essential to continue paving the path toward meaningful repair. The White family supports the city's ongoing commitment to restorative efforts benefiting impacted communities, including those associated with the Belmar Triangle, the Pico neighborhood, and Ocean Park. We respectfully encourage the advancement of policies and initiatives that promote equity, inclusion, and repair for all affected residents of Santa Monica. We remain hopeful that these efforts will continue in an expeditious manner and contribute to a more just and equitable future. We would like to thank the city for its efforts specific to the Silus White family. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Really appreciate you calling in. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
So I believe, Madam Clerk, can you just refresh since I wasn't here? Are we moving just to general public comment at this point?
Yes, so now we're going to the general public comment. There are 30 speakers in the queue,
Okay.
so that would be 1 minute each.
Okay. I'm going to call up names, and if you could just come up, it doesn't necessarily have to be the order I call you, but when you come up to the mic, if you could just state your name so that we can mark you as having talked, that would be very helpful. So we're going to try to get through this quickly. Matthew Housel, Laura Wilson, Hajar, Bill Davids, Bridget McBride, Barbara Ollinger. You can, if you're ready, you can just come up and say your name.
Thank you, Council. I think the first minute, my first minute would be playing a video that was provided.
And I'm sorry, what was your last name again?
Sorry?
What is your last name?
Housel, Hausle, Matthew Housel,
Okay,
or Housley, as it's actually pronounced.
okay.
Sorry.
There should be some audio with this.
That's what it sounds like with the window
Would
open.
be much louder audio with this.
Yeah, that's a little disruptive, or a little unfair.
Go ahead.
This is, unfortunately, it doesn't really convey the level of noise that is a constant symptom of the conversion of the Embassy Apartments into the Palais House Hotel, which was now taken over by the Hilton, who's attempting to even expand the offerings to the public, which will further increase the destruction of the peace and quiet enjoyment of our neighborhood, and set a precedent, a dangerous precedent for the expansion of these sorts of activities and the destruction of the peace and quiet for the residents of Santa Monica.
That's what it sounds like with the window open.
Yeah, so we ask the council to please protect the residents in this kind of an instance. Thank you.
Thank you. Our clerk will reset the clock, I believe, for you.
Go ahead and take it.
Ms. Wilson?
Okay, I prepared 2 minutes, so I'm a little, obviously not happy about being able to speak. Can I please have my 2 minutes? I need to find my, okay, I need to find my document that I just typed up.
If you want Hajar to go next.
I'll be ready, and just give me 30 seconds to find it. Give me a second to find it, okay? Well, I'll just speak from my heart then. You can start. So we moved into a residential neighborhood 27 years ago, a rent-controlled apartment, next door to a rent-controlled apartment. I understand that none of you understand the history, but it was a slow, deliberate, illegal erosion of the rights of the people that live there. Low-income families and senior citizens lost their homes, their rent-controlled homes that they lived in for up to 40 years. Slowly, they've chipped away at the residential aspect of this one building. Now, we have no notice to the public. No public process whatsoever. Just one day in 2013, we see this sign out front that they're advertised for. They wanted a liquor license. Residents fought that liquor license. We got a 7-0 vote from the planning department on that. And they assured us that there would be no businesses going inside, no restaurant open to the public, because that out there, that was only 8 people. I don't know how many people they can accommodate, but somebody at the city, I called them, there's a sign out front now that says they're open to the public for a restaurant, starting at 8 a.m. below my bedroom window, 7 days a week.
Thank you. Hajar. Then we have Bill Davids, Bridget McBride, Barbara Olinger, and we'll call some more names.
Most of you know, Santa Monica was once home to a thriving Black American community with neighborhoods like Belmar, Ocean Park, and Pico District serving as one of the most significant Black American enclaves on the west side. That community didn't just disappear. Your predecessors helped displace it through eminent domain, redlining, redevelopment, and the construction of the 10 freeway. Today, Black residents make up only 4 to 5% of the population. This is not change. It is the result of policy decisions. So when you talk about policies like AB 1740, we are not starting from a neutral place. One policy increases density near transit. AB 1740 opens up public land for development. At the same time, you and the city manager have dismantled the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Department and eliminated the Reparations and Land Back Task Force. You are accelerating development while removing the very structures designed to ensure that development is equitable and does not repeat past harm.
Thank you. Bill Davids.
2 weeks ago, I appeared questioning the banking entity that was holding funds for the POD program. I've come back because I have even greater concerns about the banking entity that's holding funds. In the interim, I met with Brittany. We spent about 45 exasperating minutes with the representative from the banking entity. We got absolutely nowhere, but what I found out is the fact that the bank is extracting funds, fees, from POD participants, which are not justified. In my particular case, December 1st, Monday, I went to use the ATM. Finance had not placed funds in the account yet. I was charged $3.25 for the use of the ATM when the ATM is supposed to be fee-free. $6 charge. The idea.
I'm not sure if staff wants to address any of this, but I do think there are members of staff that are here today. Just if folks who are coming to comment want to talk with them, I just want to make that general statement. Bridget McBride, Barbara Ollinger, Robin Rudisil, Janessa Kurland, and Tim Jones. And you could just come up and state your name. Yeah.
Okay. Hi. I'm Bridget McBride, and I represent approximately 1,500 Venice residents who are desperate to reduce the saturation of prop planes circling East Venice. You've seen me before. I'm coming back. Last night, Santa Monica Airport released their annual noise and operations reports for 2025, which corroborates much of what we previously presented to the council, that there's a 39% increase in prop planes flying over total operations, but then of the total operations, 100% of those are local flights circling Venice to perform touch and go procedures. So that translates to 74,500 operations circling Venice in 1 year. It has to do with a few factors: a new flight school, prop planes flying over from Van Nuys for lower landing fees and more available airspace. But there's another piece to the puzzle that's quite interesting, because Torrance banned their touch and go procedures at Louis Zamperini Airport in 2024. So they did this as a result of the dramatic increase from flight school activity.
Thank you. Barbara Ollinger.
Hi, I'm Barbara Ollinger. I have lived in Venice in my home for 32 years. I have also worked at the YWCA in Santa Monica for 23 years, when I know some people from there. And the Santa Monica Airport has not been a problem in my life. In fact, my kids loved it until last summer when the noise got untenable. As Bridget said, the touch and goes. I work from home. It's hard. I don't have an air conditioner. It's hard to focus on my clients. I have a tenant who's disabled. She's home all the time. We've already been in conversations about how it's affecting her life. It's a real game changer as far as quality of life. And as I said, for 31 years, it wasn't a problem. And then, boom, it exploded. So I asked the city council to really keep active in trying to figure out solutions to that. 14 seconds to spare.
Amazing. Appreciate you. Is Robin Redisil here? Great.
I'm Robin Rudisil from Venice. The Coastal Act is the people's law. The coast belongs to all Californians, not just one city. The Coastal Act was inspired and required due to conflict with local governments driven by property interests. That is why so many are concerned about Santa Monica sponsoring Assembly Bill 1740. A few of us are here today to make sure you know how terribly wrong-headed this bill is. When I sat with the bill's author staff and saw how easy it is to qualify, I could see this was just a sham to get around the Coastal Act. Did this council formally vote to sponsor this bill? This is not a bill for environmentalists to support. It's the opposite. All you're doing is making Santa Monica look unreasonable and self-obsessed, and the bill undermines Assembly Zabur's strong environmental record. The Coastal Act already contains waiver and streamlining tools. Today, World's Ocean Day, a day dedicated to celebrating and protecting our coast, I urge you to withdraw Santa Monica's sponsorship of this bill and to work within the Coastal Act by LCP. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Janessa Kurland here? Great, or whoever, if you want to come up and speak to that.
I was in the second group.
Oh, okay.
You in the first group?
Just state your name, yeah.
Hi, I'm Tim Jones. I'm a 25-year resident of Venice, raised my kids there. Like some others have voiced, the Santa Monica Airport has become unbelievably disruptive to my life. The flight schools now are flying so regularly that for an hour on this Monday, 2 days ago, I had 24 planes fly over my house in 1 hour where the decibels reach 65. Ambient noise is 30. 65 happens for a stretch of 30 seconds, and it goes up to that, to 65, and then down. And that was happening every minute and a half for an hour. There's 200 of these flights, training flights, that are touch and goes per day. I can't work from home anymore. I can't even talk on the phone or Zooms without being interrupted. And I'm really asking you to try to limit the flight school operations, please. I know that's a lot of it is out of your rulings of things you're able to do because of the FAA, but you need to be able to limit how these flight schools operate and limit these complete nuisance of these things that are so obtrusive and giving a black eye to thousands of us in the community for a handful of pilots who are trying to learn to fly. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call up a few more names as you're coming up. Morgan Hunter Gross, Daria Jones, Dana Garcia, Janet Gollery McKithen, Wade Kelly.
Go. Hi, Janessa Kurland from Venice. I work in Santa Monica, and I'm involved with the Sierra Club XCOM in our area. AB 1740 threatens the balance that has been established by the Coastal Act, which guarantees that inland and low-income Californians also have meaningful access to the ocean and our coast. The bill would allow jurisdictions to exempt projects such as parking removal, resident-only parking conversions, mixed-use projects, and outdoor dining expansions from Coastal Act review. Coastal communities like Santa Monica, public parking, right-of-way managements are not minor issues. They directly affect whether inland families who are not living near transit can reach the beach. The Coastal Act is a balance, and it provides statewide equity. AB 1740 would allow those decisions to be made without Coastal Act oversight. Coastal communities are not exempt from, urban communities are not exempt.
Thank you.
Strengthen, don't detract.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Morgan Gross. I have a video. This is part of my XR research stuff. Government. My name is Morgan Hunter Gross. I sent you a video for the clerk's office. I have the agenda here. It's cool.
You read about it, you see it sometimes in video, but until you see it for real life, you don't really appreciate how real it is and maybe how near it is.
It's going to give us different regional mobility. Where we live, where we work can fundamentally change.
I made this video for you guys.
Form of aviation, a new way of moving people around. The electric-powered vertical takeoff and landing aircraft is so exciting.
The national airspace is built around something like 30 or so big airports. It's built for the convenience of the airlines and the system that runs it.
Not just for the ultra wealthy who can fly in a private business jet, but for people who want to use commercial aviation in their standard everyday life.
Using it will be a lot more like calling an Uber today. You can take out your mobile phone, order a flight, get on the airplane, and you'll go where you're headed.
If you guys don't want to listen to me, these are all experts.
Batteries and from jet fuel. And the reason it uses both sources is you get a different advantage to storing energies in different ways. The great thing about storing energy in batteries is it lets electric motors, which can pull really high amounts of power for short durations, pull that energy really quickly. And so by burning fuel with the turbo generator, we can fly much further than we could.
I hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you guys. Thank you. Daria Jones, Donna Garcia, Dana, Janet, Wade.
Good evening. My name is Daria Jones. I'm a resident of Santa Monica. I'm here to speak to my concerns around the city eliminating the DEI team. I understand the proposal is to redirect those funds towards economic development in many forms. I want to respectfully offer a different frame. You cannot separate the two. Businesses don't thrive in a vacuum. They thrive in cities where residents feel safe, seen, and invested in, where people want to spend money, start businesses, and put down roots. When segments of our community are experiencing racism or prejudice and have no institutional channel to be heard, they don't disappear, they disengage, they leave, they stop trusting city government. A DEI team isn't a program for some residents, it's infrastructure for all of them. It's what makes economic development possible by ensuring conditions for civic trust in the first place. You cannot build a thriving economy on a fractured.
Thank you, appreciate it. Just a point of clarification, because I don't know where these comments are coming from. City Manager, have we eliminated our DEI team?
No, we haven't. And if there's been some discussions out in the community that the city hasn't gotten out ahead of to explain, that's my responsibility. I apologize. We have not eliminated our DEI team. What we've been doing is working to incorporate and expand the DEI efforts and embed it with our broader restorative justice framework that the council approved earlier this month. In fact, as we move towards May, we're going to be looking to start rolling out all of the programmatic details that result in an expansion of our DEI-related efforts. It's going to start with upgrading into a commission, a restorative justice commission that the council will consider in May to authorize that move. We've allocated additional funding, $5.5 million, towards implementing our new restorative justice program this council has adopted. We're also looking to implement all the components of our equity plan. And that equity plan really calls for embedding within all of our departments DEI-related practices and equity-focused initiatives and personnel. And to that effect, there have been some reorganizations where we're adding staff and adding personnel and moving different components into various parts of the organization. We have not in any way dismantled the DEI operation. So I apologize if we haven't gotten out ahead of this particular issue. We'll talk internally at the staff level. We'll make sure to get some communications out related to what we're working on. And obviously we'll be communicating with all of our partners on that effort.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that clarification. Okay, Donna Garcia.
Hello, my name is Dana Garcia. I am a student at Santa Monica High School and a proud member of Lega Latino. We have come to City Hall before to ask for your support, and we have also sent many emails about this request. Today, we are respectfully asking for a $10,000 donation to help support this year's Latino graduation celebration and to give scholarships to Latino students who have worked hard and given their time to clubs and their community. This year, more students are graduating, so our costs are higher, and we want to make sure every student receives a stole and that our celebration includes culture, music, performances, and tradition that makes this event special and meaningful. This graduation celebration is important because Latino graduation includes our culture, music, and traditions. It helps students feel proud of their background and shows respect for diversity in our city. Latino students make up 58% of students in California public schools and 35% at Santa Monica High School. We're a big part of the school, and our success should be celebrated.
Appreciate that. Reverend McKithen?
Hi, thank you for that, City Manager Chi, that explanation. I think part of the reason that there's a misunderstanding is because we don't know what's going on. And so I'm a part of many different groups, and each group has their own version of what they think is going on. So that's the part of the point. That's why I'm speaking about it. What we do know is that one DEI staff member is gone, and the DEI program, it seems to be out of sight. And I've seen this story before. When an institution wants to get rid of a justice-oriented department, they'll say that it's not actually gone, that we're sort of infusing the whole institution. We will now be doing that work in every single department. It really doesn't work. Other departments already have a culture and a way of working that they're not going to change without a dedicated department. Getting rid of DEI says to the community that we'd rather you stay invisible so we can carry on the way that we always have. Hopefully, this isn't.
2 minutes. Okay, thank you so much. And we, of course, take written comments as well. Wade Kelly, and then Sarah Waters, Denise Barton, Joanne Berlin, Joe DeRosa, Robbie Jones.
Hello. Who endorses the Great Park and Community Housing Initiative? Jazz hands. I'm here to stand up for equal rights, equal justice, equal opportunity for all. Last year, 72% of all the arrests in Santa Monica were homeless human beings. Black Americans make up more than 30% of the homeless population and less than 5% of the Santa Monica population. We need our leaders to stop criminalizing poverty and homelessness and start standing up against segregation and use that park. Use 44 acres of the Santa Monica Airport to build affordable housing, 3,000 units, and also keep working towards integration and get behind the Great Park and Community Housing Initiative. I have it right here. Anybody want to sign the petition to get on the ballot? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Sarah Waters. I'm a lawyer and a mother who raised my daughter in Santa Monica. She was a member of the Samo High Surf team with access to the coast every day. I'm confused and troubled that Santa Monica is a sponsor of AB 1740. It seems that your sponsorship of this bill was not voted on separately. I want to speak specifically about the bill's exemption for outdoor dining expansions. The bill would remove the requirement for CDP or coastal development permits for these expansions, and that sounds minor, but it's not. Venice particularly is affected by this. Outdoor dining is not just about tables and chairs. It affects parking supply, noise levels, safety, pedestrian access, visitor serving uses, and cumulative coastal access impacts. Without Coastal Act review, there would be no requirement to demonstrate that expansions maintain lower cost visitor serving opportunities, preserve public access, protect neighborhood character, or mitigate cumulative.
Thank you. Denise Barton.
Good evening. My question would be, with 1 minute, cutting time to 1 minute,
Do you really want to hear what the public has to say, or do you even care what the public has to say? Or do you already have your decisions predetermined ahead of time? Because if you're a representative of the public, you should want to listen to the public and what they have to say and not cut them down to 1 minute. On the DEI thing, obviously the city council and the city manager missed that the Southern Law Center on Poverty, or whatever they call it, was paying the KKK to create the whole DEI thing. So that's just a sham in itself. And then Mayor Trost on this ballot measure that you're trying to put through in Sacramento. Was that why Rick Zwerg gave you $1,000 in your 2024 campaign contribution? Because that is above the limit that was allowed. Thank you.
Joanne Berlin.
Hi. I'm Joanne Berlin. I'm the volunteer coordinator for the Committee for Racial Justice in Santa Monica. So you can imagine when we heard the rumors and everything about DEI being destroyed, we had a reaction to that. And it would have been helpful to actually hear about what other plans you all have. It sounds good that you're talking about not reparations, you didn't use that word, but a similar word you used, Mr. Chi. And so I think that what needs to happen is more communication. We are, of course, Committee for Racial Justice, we are, of course, concerned about diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we want it to be a priority in this city. And you said last October that it was a priority for you. So
Thank you. Hear you. Thank you. Joe DeRosa, Robbie Jones, Jonathan Foster, Catherine Gentili.
Hi, City Council. She's going to play a video. Oh, same one here. This is a 2-minute video, so I hope you guys watch the rest of it at artistseries.com, but it's about taking over the 302 Colorado and turning it into a concert and production venue.
The projected economic impact is significant. We anticipate annual visitors growing to 1.2 million in a mature year. This is expected to generate $200 to $250 million in direct visitor spending and $18 to $25 million in new TOT and sales tax for the city by year 3. A deed restriction ensures this is a permanent legacy win, blocking the property for LA Artist Series use, such as art, music, and film events. This provides certainty and avoids future conversion to retail or residential use, benefiting the city and increasing land value. Our long-term economic projections show a $250 million mature annual impact growing at 3% annual inflation. This results in a cumulative economic impact of over $11 billion within 25 years, representing a generational economic driver for Santa Monica. The venue-driven economic uplift boosts commercial leasing, property values, real estate taxes, and government-owned assets. We expect higher occupancy rates, premium rents.
Yeah, I would just remind, hopefully we can get a copy, but I would remind everyone that we all have emails and we love emails too. All right, great. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Robbie Jones, over 65-year resident of Santa Monica. I have a little different take on things. I hear what you guys are saying. It must have been rumored. I don't think it was rumored because I've been here a long time and I've seen the smoke screen. I've seen it all. I think your hearts might have been in the right place, but I don't know, something was different for me. It hit different. They did the harms report. You've seen all the data. You've seen all the things. Now you choose to put money towards something that we were all working very well at. It just needed some minor adjustments, and I think maybe you all, could have talked to the DI team and asked them what exactly that was. Everybody knew that we were ready. We were ready, but there was no money. There was nothing to help us to propel and to keep going. I think you abandoned. I say you abandoned. Reorganizing and all that kind of stuff. That's just a smoke screen. We know that.
Jonathan Foster, great.
Hi, Council. Jonathan Foster. We're down to a minute. I was going to talk about the beer outdoor bar stuff, but have to do it at the next meeting, but maybe I get 2 minutes. So I was going to talk about the Tongva Native Americans. Do you remember when you used to be able to walk out the front door and look at the ocean? Do you remember those days? Now it's a park over there. And under this declaration that you keep, starting the meeting off with, you 7 or 9 people ought to get the F out of here. This is Tongva land. They did not cede the land, so you are not elected. By the way, the police department, they have to get out of here too. I'm part Choctaw. If we're doing Native Americans, you guys are gone. United States of America is no more. You never got elected to anything. It doesn't exist. This is Tongva land. If what you're saying is real, they did not cede the land. You didn't get elected to anything.
Catherine Gentili, Stan Becker, Harvey Eder, Jillian Gomez, and Abrielle Gomez.
Okay, thank you. Catherine Gentili, 40-year resident of Sunset Park here in Santa Monica. I am here to speak about the agreement that the city made with the restaurant that took the place of Rusty's on the pier, California Roadhouse. I urge you to stand with the workers to retain the worker.
I'm so sorry, Madam City Attorney, can you just clarify why we can't hear that right now?
Yes, so that will be heard under consent calendar, so that will be the next round of public comment.
Can I talk about something else then?
Sure. Anything that's not on the agenda.
Don't worry, it's coming up. Just this is general public comment on non-agendized items. Thank you so much. Stan Becker, Harvey Eder, Jillian Gomez. Yeah, feel free, comment. Yeah.
I'm going to start and then my daughter's going to finish because my name is Jillian Gomez, Vice President of AAPSSG, which is African American Parent Support Success Group. I want to begin with gratitude because of your support. Over the past 3 years, 82 students have had the opportunity to grow, lead, and feel truly seen within the community. Sorry, I'm nervous because I only have 1 minute. I want to talk about the Black Student Union Rites of Passage. At Santa Monica High School, Black students make up 6 to 7% of the student population. That means the students are navigating as a small minority. For many of the students, this is not just another school event. It is a moment of culmination of high school, and it's a chance for them to be seen, heard, and felt, and the kente stoles that we give them symbolize heritage, resilience, and achievement. It's where they can not just graduate, but also feel like themselves and feel, sorry. As you may know, the school only provides 3 graduation tickets per student, and additional tickets are often sold, creating limitations for families. For many of us, that.
Abrielle, yeah.
Hi, my name is Abrielle Gomez, and I'm BSU president at San Mo High. Just to finish my mom's speech, for many of us, that means not everyone who helped raise, guide, and support our children get to be present at that milestone moment. But at the Rites of Passage ceremony changes that. It truly takes a village to get all of us, me including myself, to this point at a time in our lives. I can say that this matters more than words can capture in a school experience where most of us don't always feel represented. And this ceremony creates a space where we all belong, where we're honored, and where we can look out into the audience and see our full community reflected back at us. And then tonight I'm asking if we can get $6,000 to ensure that this year's graduating students receive that same powerful experience to fund our stoles, the cultural elements, and the community celebration that makes this moment so meaningful. That's all the time I have.
Great. Just for a point of clarification, is Sergio here just to explain to people how the discretionary funding process works? I just want to make sure, because it seems like we have a few people who are asking for funding. So maybe we can just put that online.
We can certainly do that.
Great. All right, so we have Aliza Nakayan, so sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Stan Becker, Harvey Eder, or do either of you guys come forward? Stan?
Stan.
Okay, great.
Thank you very much. How much time do I have?
1 minute.
Okay, I'm not going to really get to too much with 1 minute. I'll have to come back. I have bilateral pneumonia. I've been in the hospital 3 times since Valentine's Day. What I came to tell you is you give $10 million a year to the nonprofits, People's Concern, which is Julie DeRose from St. Joseph's. Judge Carter's court finding and federal investigation found that massive fraud. You keep on insisting on giving tens of millions into hundreds of millions to these corrupted nonprofits. And that was going to be the beginning of what I was going to discuss with you tonight. Like maybe this is one of the cops that dropped off your criminal vagrants to Venice like all the other towns did for no services, and hundreds of millions into now billions in HUD fraud. 1 million seconds is 11 days, not even a vacation, a week and a half. 1 billion 37 years into the next generation. So you're
Thank you.
very irresponsible with tax money.
Harvey Eder. And then we will have
Thank you.
Aliza Nakayan, John C. Smith, Noel Gould.
Thank you for that minute. I've been here since 1979, creating jobs in the real economy.
Hello, good evening. My name's Harvey Eder, protesting a minute. I'm the founder director of Public Solar Power Coalition. We were evicted illegally on the April 17th at Step Up by the sheriffs, and also from San Michel the 15th of January. All right. Now we gave you the nut of a complaint and give it to you and the city attorney and manager. Okay. Nobody's got a copy. It was 9 pages. It was a statement of facts. That's the nut of the case. An affidavit, declaration, and notice. Okay. Also, we followed up. We filed against. So 3 times they threw our stuff out over 3 years. Step Up, and then over the last 6 months, 3 times at San Michel. This is work product, etc. Okay, this is retaliation against truth telling. We've been doing environmental law and stuff like this for 40, 50 years.
Aliza Nakayan, John C. Smith, Noel Gould, Erica Leslie, Zoe Montaner.
Good evening. My name is Aliza, and I'm here to urge you keep Santa Monica Airport open. This is not excess land. It's critical infrastructure. It supports National Guard operation, law enforcement, emergency response, and medical access. In a crisis, this airport is a critical lifeline for humanitarian aid and emergency supplies for the region. It's also a training hub for pilots, scaling back transportation infrastructure ahead of a global events like the FIFA World Cup 2026 and the Summer Olympics in 2028. Economically, it supports local business and generates revenue for the city. That's a real measurable value. And once you remove airport zoning, you don't get open space. You get that.
Thank you. It appears, can we just make sure Mr. Becker is not blocking the view? John C. Smith, Noel Gould, Erica Leslie.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. I'm John Cyrus Smith, a Recreation and Parks Commissioner and a member of the Wilshire, Montana Neighborhood Coalition, speaking on behalf of myself. Well, now that the mayor and the former mayor have officially entered the race for City Council, the Wilmont.org would like to invite all of you and every council candidate to speak for up to 3 minutes at our next meeting 1 week from tonight via Zoom at 7 o'clock. Each candidate will get up to 3 minutes to speak. If more than 5 candidates sign up and respond, we'll have to cut you to 2. Everyone who's running has an equal chance to participate. I had to throw that in. So I'll be emailing all candidates tomorrow with information. Everyone is always invited to our meetings and our events. By the way, AB 1740 would only apply to Santa Monica, a state bill that would only apply to our city. Be wary. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Noel Gould, yeah, you can just come up if you've heard your name called.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Noel Gould, and I respectfully urge you to withdraw Santa Monica's sponsorship of AB 1740. Santa Monica has had decades to complete its local coastal program and was close to doing so before that effort was paused during COVID. Instead of finishing that work, the bill proposes a special carve-out that would allow Santa Monica to bypass key coastal act protections. That's not a solution, it's a workaround. The Coastal St. Peter Neighborhood Council has formally opposed AB 1740 because it would allow a broad range of projects, including housing, transportation changes, parking removal, building expansions, to proceed without complying with the Coastal Act's public access and resource protection policies. Even more concerning, the bill allows cities to self-certify themselves using vague criteria that require no approval from any regulatory agency. That's not oversight, that's self-regulation. The Coastal Commission stands ready to help Santa Monica complete its local coastal program now. Withdraw your sponsorship of AB 1740, complete your local coastal program, and uphold the Coastal Act. Thank you.
Erica Leslie, and then we have Zoe Montaner, Robbie Jones, Abonicia Fisher.
Ebonicia Fisher.
Abonicia, my apologies.
It's okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm here because what is at stake is not just about policy, it's about a promise to our community. Diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, they exist because opportunity has not been equally dispersed amongst all the zip codes here in Santa Monica. But DEI doesn't lower the bar, it widens the door. And when we invest in diverse hiring, our city government better reflects the people it serves. When we ensure equity in contracting, local businesses in every neighborhood get a fair shot. When we build inclusive workplaces to retain good people who might otherwise leave. The data is clear, and diverse teams make better decisions, inclusive institutions earn more public trust, and equitable cities are more economically competitive, not less. Dismantling DEI doesn't create a level playing field, it simply removes the referee. Our city doesn't get stronger by serving only.
Thank you. Zoe Montaner.
Hi, everybody. I haven't been here in a long time, and Oliver, I've never met you before, so I'm speaking about a situation that I have with my roommate. I moved to a new apartment on January after a traumatic tenancy with Sean Besseur's illegal operation, and I thought that this was going to be different, and unfortunately it's not. I have called the city rent control. I have emailed several times. Can you put the pictures that I sent? And the harassment has been escalating for 3 months. I moved in January. I paid my rent on time. Apparently, the manager of the building is telling me that my roommate was not allowed to rent the room. This is the first email that text that he told me, congratulations, you can rent. Please, next. The second one, he told me to move out by April 30th. He continues sending me texts, harassing me to move in April 30th because he's in violation of his tenancy. And then please, next picture. When we use it in the next, when I speak in the next item. Thank you.
Okay, you can email that to us. Ms. Jones already spoke. Ebonicia Fisher, Aaliyah McGee, and Amia Flanagan.
Good evening, Santa Monica City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
My name is Ebenetia Fisher, and I'm here on behalf of the African American Student Staff Support Group in support of the Black Student Union at Samuel High School. The BSU is more than a club. It is a space where Black students feel included, seen, and supported after growing up in a school district where there's not many students that look like them. Today I'm asking for your support in funding an annual rites of passage ceremony. This ceremony is a transformative experience for, for our students. It brings together elders, mentors, families, peers, and to honor and guide young people as they prepare for their next stage of their lives. For many, it is one of the few moments where they feel deeply connected to their culture and community and their own sense of purpose. To offer this experience at the level the students deserve, we $1,000.
Did you two want to go?
Yes, they are next. They
Okay.
don't have their own turn.
Good evening. My name is Aaliyah McGee, and I'm also here in support of the Black Student Union at Santa Monica High School. I'm the vice president, and I've been a part of BSU all 4 years, and it's shaped who I am. And so that's why we're here today requesting funding. Our BSU creates a space where Black students feel seen, supported, and proud in a school where not many people look like us. We host movie nights, theme meetings, and mentorship for younger students, but doing this work without financial support is extremely difficult. We're asking for funding for 2 key events. The first is our rites of passage, our BSU graduation ceremony. It honors students, honors seniors for everything they've overcome, and it celebrates students in a cultural way, in meaningful way, especially since actual graduation tickets are limited. The other event we're asking for funding for is our United Black Student Union State Conference, and I've served as the second vice president on that board for 2 years now, and I really think it's an event that as many people as possible should get to experience.
Good evening. My name is Amia Flanagan. I've been BSU since my freshman year, and now as a junior, I have the pleasure of serving as our Sergeant at Arms, and I'm also here in support of the BSU students. BSU has given me a really strong sense of community, especially because, like they've said, a lot of students don't look like us. So we would like funding to support our annual UBSUC State Conference, which allows us to connect with other Black students from a bunch of different schools so we can share experience and feel a true sense of belonging. And to continue this, we would also like to see funding for our rites of passage for the seniors. Yes, thank you.
Thank you all so much. Appreciate it. Okay, so that concludes public input on agenda items on non-agendized items.
Madam Mayor, I wanted to make an announcement to the audience. For those of you along the wall in the back, the TV outside has audio and there are chairs set up, so you can go out and sit in the lobby and watch the meeting.
Thank you. And just to be clear, did we hear the city manager's report already? Okay. So we will now
Move to proclamations.
What about the travel announcement? Did we hear that too?
Heard that already. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
No.
Travel.
I'll do it after.
Okay.
Sure. Okay. So now we're going to move on to the Proclamation for Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Heritage Month. If I could call forward our library director, our recipients, and from the Venice Japanese American Memorial Monument to the podium. And I'm good. Do you want me to read the proclamation first and then you say a few words? Okay, fantastic. If only I had that. Hold on. Okay. So I'm of course going to invite you guys to say a few words, but I will just officially declare it AAN HPI Heritage Month. Whereas Asian Americans moved to the area in the 1870s, right at the founding of this city, when Chinese laborers worked alongside Japanese laborers to build the Long Wharf, and Japanese fishermen built their new village there at the foot of the Santa Monica Canyon. In 1882, Senator John Percival Jones, co-founder of this city, wrote in support of the Chinese Exclusion Act to prevent further migration of Chinese to the United States, an act that was not repealed until the Immigration Act of 1965. And after 1945, when ISIL evacuees returned from the federal concentration camps in the West and Arkansas, and given just $25 to rebuild their lives, they created Nikkei Hall, a gathering place at 1413 Michigan Avenue in Santa Monica to help their community restart businesses, assist those in need, and celebrate holidays and observances. And today, AANHPI residents and city staff in Santa Monica include Cambodian, Chinese, Filipino, Japanese, Korean, Vietnamese, Iranian, South Asian, Central Asian, West Asian, and Pacific Islanders. And the 2026 Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Heritage Month theme, Power and Unity, recognizes the collective strength, resilience, and solidarity of the AANHPI communities and call upon to foster connection, understanding, and shared purpose across cultures and generations. Sorry, I'm continuing here. And whereas in celebration of AANHPI Heritage Month, the Santa Monica, sorry, the font is really small, Public Library joins them in the, I'm going to get my glasses. Do you mind reading the rest of this? Sorry, it's starting there.
Whereas in celebration of AANHPI Heritage Month, the Santa Monica Public Library joins more than 130 library systems across California, Washington, and Oregon for One Book, One Coast, a regional initiative that unites communities through a shared reading experience, promoting literacy, dialogue, and civic engagement. And whereas the inaugural One Book, One Coast selection, they called as Enemy by George Takei, is a powerful graphic memoir that recounts Takei's childhood experience of incarceration alongside more than 120,000 people of Japanese descent following Executive Order 9066 in 1942, highlighting the importance of remembrance, justice, and unity. And whereas the City Council welcomes the Venice Japanese American Memorial Monument Committee back to its chamber after completing their monument in 2017 and continuing their mission honoring the 1,000 Americans of Japanese ancestry forcibly relocated at the start of World War II from their homes in Santa Monica, Venice, and Malibu to the Manzanar War relocation camp in the Owens Valley, losing their homes, businesses, and liberties. Now, therefore,
We hereby proclaim the month of May as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the city of Santa Monica and encourage all residents to honor the enduring contributions, rich cultural heritage, and continued resilience of AA and HPI communities, and to advance unity, understanding, and inclusion for generations to come. So we'd love to hear some comments, and then we'll come down and take a photo.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Good evening, Mayor Terosis, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city staff, and members of the public. I'm Erica Cayugan, Director of Library Services and the Executive Lead for CAPE SM, the Coalition for Asian Pacific Employees here in Santa Monica. I have the honor of introducing members of the Venice Japanese American Memorial Monument Committee, otherwise known as VJAM, of whom I met for the first time a few weeks ago at the annual VJAM Memorial event on the northwest corner of Venice and Lincoln. That day, while listening to the stories and experiences of Japanese Americans who were wrongfully incarcerated because of the way they looked and because of ignorance and fear, many of us sat there thinking the same thing, that we have not come as far as we had hoped from these experiences, that today our neighbors and fellow community members are still enduring these atrocities. This year, the AANHPI Heritage Month's theme of Power in Unity recognizes our strength and resilience despite these atrocities. It is a call to action for everyone to say, yes, we acknowledge the pain and mistakes of the past, but more importantly, we must foster understanding and connections across cultures for our future. We must listen and be curious and keep sharing our stories. Santa Monica is participating in One Book, One Coast, a program where over 130 library systems up and down the West Coast read the same book, They Called Us Enemy, by George Takei. Through graphic memoir, Takei recounts his childhood experience of incarceration alongside more than the 120,000 people of Japanese descent. Following Executive Order 9066 in 1942, I invite you to participate, listen, and share your own stories at our book discussion on Wednesday, May 13th, 11 a.m. at the main library. And now it is my honor to introduce to you Phyllis Hayashibara, charter member of the Venice Japanese American Memorial Monument Committee, and her colleague, Santa Monica resident and charter member of VJAM, Suzanne Thompson, as well as member Nikki Gilbert, to accept our 2026 AANHPI Heritage Month proclamation.
Thank you, Erica, and thank you very much, Santa Monica City Council. It's the second I've been here to receive something that we appreciate very much. We were here in 2016 when the Santa Monica City Council granted us $5,000 towards the completion of the Venice Japanese American Memorial Monument. Thank you very much, and I hear that a lot of people ask you for money, so we're very appreciative that you were so generous at the time. And it's still standing on the northwest corner of Venice and Lincoln, where those 1,000 people of Japanese ancestry from Santa Monica, Malibu, and Venice were supposed to amass there with only what they could carry. And they took a 6 to 8 hour bus ride from that corner to what became the Manzanar American concentration camp. Many people lived there for 3 years for the duration of the war. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Council Member and Mayor. The Venice Japanese American Memorial Monument Committee also has a grant opportunity for students, college students, to receive a $1,000 grant to go to Manzanar and to work with the Manzanar Committee while they're here in Southern California, and then to take the pilgrimage, the Manzanar pilgrimage, which happens at the end of the last weekend, the last Saturday of April every year. And we just attended the 57th. And I encourage all of you to go. It'd be great to have a contingency from Santa Monica, especially our elected officials and also the audience. And with that, the grant that we have for the Arnold Maeda grant to go to Manzanar, it's a $1,000 grant. The application is due in January, and you can go to our website that Nikki will talk about a little bit, and you can apply online. And Arnold was incarcerated at Manzanar when he was 17 years old, and he's our inspiration. He's no longer with us, but he's our inspiration for founding the committee. Well then, okay, the website's www.venicejam.org, and Nikki's our webmaster.
Thank you. Let's take a picture, guys. Thank you so much. Yes. Mayor. Sorry about that. I could barely read it. It's very small. Come on. And by the way, Erica gave me a copy of the book, and we all should read it. Yes. For the, yes. Phenomenal. Now we are moving on to Preservation Month. And I would love to call forward Nina Fresco and Ruth Ann Lair. I'm going to read the proclamation. Our proclamations are very long, so thanks everyone for bearing with us. We appreciate it, but they're very important. You're here. Okay, great. Come on up. And while you're making your way up, I'll read the proclamation. Whereas 50 years ago in 1976, the city of Santa Monica adopted a Landmarks and Historic District Ordinance establishing a Landmarks Commission and setting forth an excellent program to protect significant historic places in the city. And whereas the Santa Monica Conservancy was established in 2002 to promote an understanding and appreciation of the benefits of historic preservation through educational programs, advocacy, and partnerships. And whereas in 2002, again, the Santa Monica Conservancy worked with a coalition of community groups and the city of Santa Monica to save a remarkably intact 1897 shotgun house from demolition by having it moved off of its original site and stored on city property. And I'll just editorialize, you all should visit if you haven't. And whereas the shotgun house was a rare survivor of the first type of housing built close to the beach in Santa Monica, elevating its importance as a historic artifact. With city assistance, it was moved twice to temporary locations, and whereas in 2010, the Santa Monica Conservancy entered into a lease agreement for the shotgun house with the city of Santa Monica and began a search for a permanent site on city land, the Conservancy led a successful capital campaign to restore and adaptively reuse it as the Conservancy's headquarters and as a preservation resource center. And whereas in 2014, the shotgun house was moved to its permanent home at 2520 2nd Street, where the rehabilitation work began, the site was just 2 blocks from its original location. And whereas 10 years ago, in 2016, the Santa Monica Conservancy celebrated the grand opening of the Preservation Resource Center at the shotgun house, where residents and visitors can learn about the history embodied in Santa Monica's historic places and how historic preservation benefits the city. And whereas on the 10th anniversary of the opening of the Preservation Resource Center at the Shotgun House in 2026, the Santa Monica Conservancy continues to offer educational programs and events that illuminate the city's historic places and the stories they embody. Now, therefore, I, Carolyn Tarosis, on behalf of our entire City Council, hereby proclaim the month of May 2026 to be Preservation Month in the city of Santa Monica and encourage Santa Monica community to gain awareness and appreciation of the city's designated landmarks and other historic resources by visiting the Preservation Resource Center at the Shotgun House, a model of adaptive reuse and sustainability. So I would be honored to bring you forward if you ladies wanted to say a few words.
Hello, City Council. Thank you so much for acknowledging Preservation Month this year. Before I talk about Preservation Month in general, I just want to congratulate once again my colleague Ruth Ann Lair, who is the winner of the California Preservation Foundation's Lifetime Achievement Award for over 45 years as a guiding force in historic preservation. She is our Ruth Ann Lair and has a lot to do with why historic preservation is such an important part of our city. And we should always remember that. In the theme of what you were saying, 250 years ago, we signed the Declaration of Independence in the United States. 150 years ago, the city of Santa Monica was founded. 60 years ago, the National Register for Historic Places was established. And 50 years ago, the city of Santa Monica adopted a Landmarks Ordinance and Landmarks Commission. 24 years ago, sorry, that one's not a round number. In 2002, the Santa Monica Conservancy was founded, and 10 years ago, in 2016, we celebrated the grand opening of the Preservation Resource Center at the Shotgun House. We are so proud of what we have accomplished at the Shotgun House. Between all our regular tours and special events, we've already engaged almost 2,000 people in 2026 in learning about local history and how it is embodied in our local environment. On Sunday, May 17th, from 2 to 4 p.m., we're going to be celebrating the anniversary of the Shotgun House grand opening with a block party celebration open to everyone with live music, a retelling of the story of the Shotgun House, and we will be giving an award to local land use attorney Ken Kutcher for his years of support for historic preservation. And there will be cake. On June 7th, we will be launching a new tour called Coastal Crossroads, that is an exploration of Santa Monica's coastal landmarks, public arts, and cultural sites. Black history and local eateries are also featured. This program is partially funded by a City of Santa Monica CAP grant, so thank you for that. We have 6 tours that we offer on a regular schedule around the year, and you can find about all of them, and many of them start at the Shotgun House, which is one of the tours, at www.smconservancy.org. We have a lot of fun doing this work, and I think we do a lot of great things. We encourage everyone to come to the Shotgun House and see how a little house can really tell a big story, and see how a building that is really old and managed to stick around past its first useful life found a new useful life that is an incredible public resource. We have a lot of fun doing it, like I said, and we encourage you to come to the house, become members of the Conservancy, and best of all, volunteer so you can be part of all of the things we're doing. Happy Preservation Month, everybody.
Great. We'd love to get a picture.
Okay. Will you take a picture with my phone too?
Here, let's go in the row. Here, it's all good. Okay. We are now moving to public input on items under the consent calendar and closed session. And we have 45 comments, it appears. So everyone will receive 1 minute in accordance with our council rules. I will call you up and let's just try to be as expeditious as possible. So with that being said, Daquan Mueller, Christina Navarro, Eli Quinones, Kathy Gentili, Louis Watanabe, and we'll take it from there. What's for dinner? What's for dinner? Oh, hot. Okay. Yeah, I know.
Good afternoon. My name is Daquan. I had the privilege of working at Rusty's until it closed last year. When Rusty's closed, I didn't just lose a job. I lost stability and a sense of community in Santa Monica that I didn't have before. And today I've heard a lot about how many people have lived in Santa Monica for decades and how there's a legacy we want to preserve. And I think preserving that legacy also means bringing back the Rusty's workers, no matter who the new operator is on that lease. Since last year, I've been proud to stand together with community to ask for something that I believe is simple and fair, the right to return to our jobs when a new operator takes over. Any lease agreement should be as strong as the Santa Monica worker retention law and bring all workers back. Every Rusty's workers must have a clear and protected path to return to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina Navarro.
Good evening, council member. My name is Christina Navarro, and only I want to say, please bring it back. Workings for the rustic is many months to people stay out, and people when they don't have a job, is our families are gonna affect it too. And if we all were honest by the same restaurant, the people fight for justice or better life. Thank you. Bring it back.
Thank you. Eli Quinones.
Good evening. My name is Eli Quinones. I work at Miramar Vermont for 37 years. And I want to ask you, please return all the recall. If any lease, please return the old people that used to work there. Recall. Protect them, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Gentili. And then we have Louis Watanabe, Deacon Joanne Leslie, Pastor Brady Roberts, and Michael Attinello.
Hi again.
Hi.
I'm still Catherine Gentili, legally. And I am here to speak about the worker recall and retention law. And I hope that council will recognize and honor the fullness of the worker recall and retention law to apply to the California Roadhouse employees. Thank you.
Great. Mr. Watanabe.
Yes, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. So I'm Louis Watanabe, and I'm a member of St. Monica's Catholic Church, as well as a member of CLU. So I'm here in support of the workers and hope that 100% of them will be rehired. I'll just mention my family has had a 100-year history in Santa Monica, with my Uncle Kay having retired as your city treasurer, and my grandfather, Rios Okada, actually built, who started living in Santa Monica here in the 20s, was actually built the two-stone sentry posts and the cemetery monument at Manzanar. So, yeah.
Wow, thank you. Deacon Joanne Leslie.
Thank you very much. I'm a longtime resident of Sunset Park and retired clergy at St. Augustine's by the Sea Episcopal Church on 4th Street, and a member of CLU. I've been proud to stand with the Rust-eze workers as they've tried to lay the foundation for getting jobs back over the course of the last year, and I've been particularly impressed by the leaders who have spoken out not only for themselves but for their fellow workers. And honestly, I didn't expect to be back here speaking to the council again about this, because I thought we had taken care of the issue when we passed, and I was very proud that we had passed in February the worker recall and retention ordinance. But it's been brought to my attention that possibly that's not going to govern the new lease with the California Roadhouse.
Thank you so much. Pastor Brady Roberts, and then we have Michael Attinello, Max Brown, and Enrique Munoz.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I am Pastor Brady Roberts. I'm the Community Organizing Director at Unite Here Local 11 and a former longtime organizer here in Santa Monica. As the Council considers a potential lease at the former site of Rust-eze, we urge our Council to ensure workers have all of the rights of the worker retention law. The Council should reject any applicant's attempt to avoid full compliance. We see in the summary that was released text that is consistent with the spirit of the law, and we are glad, but we are concerned about the reference to interviews. Santa Monica's worker retention and recall law requires that former workers be offered jobs, not just interview. The same is true of the worker retention, all other worker retention laws, all of which require job offers, not just interviews. We are concerned that the proposal falls short of guaranteeing the same rights that the law and every other worker retention law provides, and might create a loophole to disenfranchise workers who have exercised their rights in the past. We urge that any agreement that is made follow the law and bring back all of the workers. Thank you for all of your work and attention.
Thank you. Michael Attinello?
Yeah, hi, my name is Michael Attinello. I'm here to support the opening of the California Roadhouse. I have 2 points. I'm a current employee of Sean Ahaus. I've been working for him for 2.5 years. He's a wonderful owner. He treats his employees great. All of his staff and customers love him. He's been in the industry a very long time and knows what he's doing and knows how to run the restaurant. My second point is I love the actual idea of the Roadhouse. I think having live music back in Santa Monica, or just in the West Side, is a really fun and great idea, and I think it'd be good for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Max Brown?
Yeah, Max Brown, this is my first time up here. It's a little nerve-wracking for everybody. But so I'm also speaking in favor of the California Roadhouse. I'm not a worker at Vito, but I've been a customer at Vito for 20 years. I knew the previous owners, and I was actually a little nervous when Sean and Melissa bought it, because you never know what's going to happen when somebody buys a restaurant you like, but it's been phenomenal. And I got a chance to get to know Sean just hanging out at the restaurant. awesome guy. Like you can tell he like really cares about what he's doing, right? When he starts talking about the Roadhouse, he's like passionate about like how cool it's going to be, and he's going to bring live music back. And it's like, you know, I understand the union's points. Unions were created to protect workers from really unscrupulous companies. That's not Sean. That's not Sean at all. I mean, he wants to build something cool for everybody around. And, you know, I've seen what he can do and execute with a restaurant. That's a given chance.
Thank you. Enrique Munoz.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I'm Enrique Munoz, and I've been an employee at Vito's restaurant for 26 years. When my first bosses sold the restaurant, I was hesitant. I was telling my wife I was going to look for another job because I was so secure there. It was just comfortable. But then when I met Sean, he's fair. He treats you right. As an employee, as an employer, as an employee, he treats me like my other bosses. And if I were to work for anybody, I would work for him. So I think it's really asset for you to have him at the pier, and he's going to treat everybody the same equal way. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm going to call up some more folks. Efrain Melendez, Stu Smiley, Cooper Brower, Debbie Jeffries, Jeff Jeffries. And if you heard your name, you can just come up and say your name, and we can get started.
Hi, my name is Stu Smiley. I'm a local resident who lives on Palisades Beach Road, about a mile from the pier. I'm here to show support for the California Roadhouse and Sean. I'm also an entertainment executive, having produced for HBO for over 30 years. I know Sean for about the same time when he was working on the original Palm restaurant on Santa Monica Boulevard. I've always admired his work ethic and became a new fan when he took over Vito's on Ocean Park Boulevard in Santa Monica. Vito's has become a clubhouse of sorts for us, eating there weekly. I look forward to what Sean will do with the California Roadhouse, drawing in the local community as well as visitors. As a local resident with a local vested interest in this project, this would certainly be a step in the right direction for the Santa Monica Pier. We'd be lucky to have a dedicated, successful restaurateur in Sean. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thanks. I don't know if Efrain Melendez is here. But,
Cooper Brower.
Oh, great. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've known Sean for a long time too, since Palm, and then he's just an incredible restaurant person. Him and his wife Melissa, they run an incredible restaurant. If you guys, I think I told you last time, if you haven't been to Vito, you're missing out. It's a great establishment. It's open 7 nights a week and some lunches too, I think. But anyway, they're just really great people. They're very, very warm and friendly, and they take care of their restaurant employees. They're really good to work for. I work in the wine business and restaurant business, and I've sold to Sean. I mean, they're just really good people. They know what they're doing. I think they're going to be a real asset to the city of Santa Monica and the pier, and I think it'll be good. And they're going to bring in bands. I used to book bands too, so I'm already talking to Sean about some of the bands I know and everything. I think it'll be in. So you're going to be employing a lot more people, and it should be a great, fun place. It'll be.
Thank you. I see Debbie Jeffries, Jeff Jeffries.
Yeah, we're gonna come together.
Great. And then we have Jennifer Ordonez, William Thomas, Fred Crosshall.
So I'm Debbie, this is Jeff Jeffries, and we are big, we go to Vito's at least once a week, and Jeff goes every day for lunch. So I would say that we love Vito's restaurant, and we've gotten to know Sean and Melissa very well. They're awesome people. We knew the old owners, we're still good friends with them. And I think that they are so passionate about California Roadhouse. And I think the pier needs something like California Roadhouse. Live music, good food, and fun, because the pier seems to be not doing so well. Sean's vision with these bands, and hopefully Jeff's band will play there, you should all come see, is just perfect with the food and the beverage. I just think that we've seen what he's done with Vito, and he's only made it better. So I suggest that you guys go for it. It's going to be great. We can't wait to go.
He'll make that pier come alive. To have Santa Monica is starving for live music and support of local bands. You know, that we need to build that up. And the food is going to be incredible. If you guys all eat at Vito's, you know, he can cook, he can eat. So I'm in full support of getting this thing moving.
California Roadhouse.
Yeah, the Roadhouse, California Roadhouse, excuse me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's get it moving.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Jennifer Ordonez? Yeah, great.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Ordonez. I support the proposal to open the California Roadhouse. I've known Sean and Melissa for years. I've lived in Santa Monica for 15 years, and it's rare to find a restaurant owner like Sean. He knows the community, understands what local customers actually want, and shows up in a way that builds real loyalty. I visit Vito often and absolutely love the ambiance and food. Sean is not just opening a business, but he's creating something people will keep coming back to. Thanks.
Thanks. William Thomas?
I'm William Thomas. I support the opening of the California Roadhouse. I've already seen the commitment that Sean and Melissa have to the community at Vito, where they have incredible food and they foster a welcoming atmosphere and make every guest feel welcome. They understand what makes a place special, and I'm sure having live music at the California Roadhouse will add to that sense of community and quality. So I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you. And then I'll call up some more people as Fred is coming up. Sean Ahaus, Mohan Ahaus, Melissa Ahaus, Thomas Mateo.
Wow, the family. Hi, I'm Fred Crochelle, and I want to say a lot of good things about Sean. Can't do it all in a minute, but I've had the pleasure of knowing him for 30 years, going back to the Palm. I've been in the music industry for almost 50 years, and I've seen him grow as a busboy, a waiter, an owner, and I have nothing but great things to say about him as a human being. I can tell you that I believe the whole concept for the California Roadhouse, and, you know, his work ethics are second to none. So I support this fully. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Mr. Ahaus is next. There's several of them, it appears.
Good evening, Council. I'm Sean Ahaus with the California Roadhouse. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank each of you and City Manager Oliver Chi for considering our proposal to open our exciting new restaurant and live entertainment concept on the Santa Monica Pier. We believe our proposal will bring a much-needed outlet for live entertainment and job growth to our community, while simultaneously considering and balancing the needs of a small business such as California Roadhouse, together with those of our local and much appreciated workforce. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Mohan?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thanks for taking the time. I wrote a bunch of stuff, but we only have a minute, so I just kind of wanted to speak from the heart. There's jobs and there's dreams, right? And I think we all have jobs and we all have dreams. There's a lot of opportunities to get new jobs. I'm always looking for a new job too. I'm a musician and a marketing director also. But not a lot of opportunities come to make our dreams come true. This is Sean's dream, you know what I mean? And so this is a perfect opportunity to make that dream come true. There's not a lot of opportunities. And it may seem that like we're, you know, business people, soulless business people, but that's not the case. I'm Sean's brother. He grew up without the benefit of having my dad there. And he started from the bottom, really literally worked his way up to the top. And I'm so proud of him. And it would be so cool to be able to partner with him on this venture, bring live music back to the pier. I'm a musician and marketing director.
Thank you. Is Melissa here? Okay, no. Thomas, oh, Melissa's here? Okay.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Melissa. I am Sean's wife. Sean was born and raised here in Santa Monica, and his ancestry goes back 8 generations. He doesn't just want to open a business. He wants to do things right the right way, for the right reasons. Santa Monica isn't just gaining a new storefront. You're gaining a neighbor who has integrity and who was born to do this. It's going to be so cool.
Thank you. Okay, Thomas Mateo, and then we also have Daniel Peterson, Patricia Kepler is what it says, Steve Cohen, Gail King.
Hi, I'm Tomas Mateo, and I can speak Spanish.
Oh, do we have a translator available? You can speak Spanish, and the people that can understand Spanish can. We should really have one.
Dímelo y yo se lo digo en inglés.
Vengo de parte de Victor Restaurant, trabajo con
Bien, he's coming from Vito's Restaurant.
y apoyo a que abran el restaurante de Sean, trabajo con él.
He's in support of opening Sean's restaurant because he works for him and he's a good boss.
Buen manejador.
He's a manager,
Y pues es todo.
and that is everything that he wants to say.
Okay, gracias, thank you. Daniel Peterson? No? Patricia Kepler, Steve Cohen, Gail King. If any of you are here, you can feel free to approach the mic and just state your name.
Good evening. My name is Gail King. I'm speaking on behalf of Sean A. House and California Roadhouse. I've known Sean for several years and have eaten at his restaurants. I know him to be a man of great honesty and integrity, and the California Roadhouse would really be of benefit to the city of Santa Monica and the pier. It's going to be a huge success. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Cohen, thank you for your time, everybody. I was here 2 weeks ago in support of Sean. I support the Roadhouse and everything everyone has said prior to me saying it. In the words of Barry White, let the music play. And in the words of the Doobie Brothers, you know the song. Sean, I go back with Sean many years, 20, 25 years. I'm a restaurant guy, 31 years, multiple restaurants. When somebody wants to do this, you got to really think about it. A lot of people go to work and they have to go to work. He wants to do this. And I think it's a perfect venue for him, for live music, for musicians, for the workers who have been. I'm sure he'll give every fair chance for them to get back to work. I hope that you support this project.
Thank you. Was Daniel Peterson or Patricia Kepler here? If not, I'm going to call up some more names. We have Tiffany Walker, Billy Olson, Diana Cook, Linda Wilkes. Feel free to, if you heard your name, just come straight up and you can state your name and start your comment.
Hi, I'm Diana Cook, and I'm here to support Sean A. Haas. I can promise you the Roadhouse will be the talk of the town. This kid knows what he's doing, and I know this kid quite well. I can tell you every restaurant he has ever worked at, they have asked him to come back anytime. He not only has integrity, he's kind. He's very kind. And full disclosure, he's my son.
Oh.
Hi, I'm Tiffany Walker. I was here last time. And I do feel Sean can bridge the gap between the union, all these things that need to be kind of working in symphony together. But I forgot to say that I worked for him, and I've worked at the Palm for 20, whatever. I've known him a long time and worked with him. And if every boss was like him, you wouldn't need a union. And I've actually worked in unions. I've worked at a hotel union. I was at the airport. They were bringing on Union 11. There are positives and negatives to both sides, but if anybody can do it, it's Sean. And right now we are all feeling disenfranchised, speaking of that, and nothing like music and a pub can bring it together and create this village. And Sean brings a hospitality factor that's just forgotten. He knows it because again, like it's old school Palm to Mastro's to, all these places in Vito, like it's in his soul. And a GM, actually the energy of a GM is.
Thank you. And feel free to come and state your name.
Hi, I'm Linda Wilkes. I'm here on behalf of Sean and the Roadhouse. While I don't know him socially, I've known him over the years at the Palm. Didn't go to Mastro's, Vito's definitely. And I would have to agree with what everyone is saying about his integrity, the way he treats his employees. But a thing I would like to add to that is he has a way of making where whatever he's running feel good and feel like home. And like, I love to go to Vito's, not just for the food, it just feels good there. And I feel really confident that he could do that at the Roadhouse. And we need music. The music venues are few and far between now. So I hope you choose to support him. Thank you.
Thank you. Were any of you all called? Yeah, feel free to come forward.
Council Mayor, thank you. Council Mayor, thank you for your time. I'm a resident of Venice. I also work in Santa Monica. I've known Sean for about 20 years. We started together as waiters, as coworkers, and he has since been a boss or a manager of mine at Mastro's, the Palm Beverly Hills, the Palm West Hollywood, and now I bartend for him at Vito. I cannot attest. This man's character is unbelievable, and he is the man to do it. Tiffany nailed it in every way. That's one point. The second point is the West Side needs music. Do you remember how many music spots there were for local music just 15, 20 years ago? It doesn't exist anymore. And he's the man to run that place. And I forgot my third point, but.
What's your name, sir? What's your name?
Oh, sorry, Billy Olson.
Thank you. Okay, so I will call up a few more names. Christine Fazzino, Tom Chris, Elizabeth Newman, and Steve Stevens.
Hello, good evening, Council. I feel honored to be here to talk in Sean's behalf. So my name is Christine Fazzino. I'm a resident of Los Angeles for 28 years. I've known Sean Ahaus for 26 of them. I am here to talk about how great Sean is, blah, blah, blah. I love the state of California. 18 years ago, I spoke in Beverly Hills for my previous employer, Soho House, which now we have West Hollywood, and we have Malibu, and we have downtown. It generates jobs, tax, everything that this city needs. So, yes, Sean is great, but I'm here to speak for the behalf of the state of California, and I really hope you approve this. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Sorry, yeah, feel free to say your name because I don't.
Tom Chris,
Great.
hi. Thank you for your service, guys. I'm part of the tribe here. I'm sick of hearing about how great Sean is, actually. No, known him for a long time, worked with him at the Palm, long-time restaurant employee myself. If anybody can figure all this out, I don't know why anybody wants to own a restaurant myself, but if anybody can do it, he can do it. So that's my word. Thanks.
Thank you. Is Elizabeth Newman here? And then we have Steve Stevens, Antonio O, Azar E.
I'm Steve Stevens. How are you? I'm not a restaurant worker. I'm a restaurant patron. And I can tell you, I've known Sean for 30 years. And when he was a busboy, the tallest busboy I ever seen in the Palm, in Santa Monica Boulevard. And I watched him go to become a server and a host there and move on to Mastro's, and Vito's is just amazing. I think live music on the pier, and I'm a business owner, so I know what kind of a person he is. And I know he can run it, and I know he can make it happen. So I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Antonio O. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I call your name? Oh, feel free. Come on up. Come on up.
Good evening, everyone. Azar Elihu. I'm a criminal defense lawyer. I live in West Hollywood. I love the ocean, the water, the music. So a few weekends per month, I drive from West Hollywood to go to Miramar Hotel for their music. They claim to have live music. It's a pianist. Just on weekends, it's a tiny spot. They hardly can accommodate everyone. And so I strongly urge the council to approve the Roadhouse because we need the live music that they are providing. There are very few, I don't know, any hubs that provide round-the-clock music, and Santa Monica needs that. I would appreciate that if Roadhouse is approved. Off the record, respectfully, I have a off-the-subject recommendation. City of West Hollywood, City of Beverly Hills, they have a walk-through detector, and I didn't see any. With the pandemic violence in the country, the gun violence, I respectfully ask the city council to provide a detector at the door.
Okay, the
Thank
criminal
you.
defense attorney said it.
Did we get her name?
She was, your name, she was pretty high up there.
Are you Elizabeth?
No.
As Azar, last name Elihu.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, 37. Okay, thank you, guys. Oh, okay, we did just call you. Antonio, is Antonio here? Elizabeth Newman. Vance Sadler. Zoe Montaner. Harvey Etter. Come on down. Jonathan Foster. You can feel free to come up and state your name.
Good evening. My name's Vance Sadler. I've bartended in Santa Monica off and on for a number of years. The last time I listened to a live band play in a bar restaurant on the pier was at the old Ore House some 30 years ago. I think it's time for a restaurant like the Roadhouse to bring back live music to the pier. Sean Ahas would be a great proprietor of the California Roadhouse on the pier with his years as a manager and owner of successful restaurants in Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoe?
Can you put the pictures that I had before? The picture tells a better story.
This would have to pertain to the community calendar.
Yes, it's for the issue of the police to the de-escalation because I had an incident. So can you go further down? Yes. I am in favor of the grant of the de-escalation for police. Can you go further down the pictures? I had a man standing in front of my building, this gentleman, and can you go down to the next one? Yes. He was in front of my building when he saw me taking picture. He's wearing a hoodie, a black mask, and a black baseball cap. When he saw me taking pictures, he started walking away. I think it's part of the harassment from the building, and that's why I had to call the police on Saturday. So this de-escalation grant is a great addition for service because it's not the first time that there have been tragic consequences because the police doesn't intervene on de-escalating an issue that can be managed on time to further a criminal activity. So I'm in support of this incredible.
Thank you. Harvey Etter, you're next, and then Jonathan Foster, then Thomas Mateo, and Samraj Shanasa.
It's not on. Hello, good evening. My name is Harvey Etter. I'm founder and director of Public Solar Power Coalition. I want to talk about CEQA, not about Rusty's and whatnot. On 4 and 5, they still want CEQA exemptions on a bunch of things. Okay. I think that we have to use CEQA to do ownership and control of all the businesses we interact with, that we have to redistribute wealth. The 2/3 of the country seen no increase in income or wealth in the last 40, 50 years, and productivity's gone up. It's gone to 1%, 1/10, 100th of 1%. So we need locally owned and controlled businesses, vertically and horizontally, and set up worker co-ops or joint ventures, partnership franchises. And this is required under socioeconomics through CEQA and political economics. And you should not give exemptions to that, and that's required by law. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Jonathan Foster?
Hello, Jonathan Foster. Don't I get 19 and a half minutes? Just kidding. I wanted to, for 4-H on the farmer's market, just to prove that it's a beautiful thing. I unfortunately got connected to it when I saw the farmer's market crash. George Russell Weller going through, and I saw the girl spinning in the air and coming back down on the ground. So, but I can't imagine what it's like to be a farmer at this time trying to sell stuff with gas at $6. So please, media and awareness, it just comes down to a advertising package, by the federal government, which is awesome. The farmer's market is awesome. I wish I could go more. So thank you for doing this. Have a good evening.
Yeah, thank you. Thomas Mateo, are you here? Sorry, Samraj Shanasa, and then Heather Thomason, and then Joe Nicoletti.
Hey folks, hi, welcome back. All right, I'm not gonna blow hot air up Sean's ass again. People have done that enough. I don't think he needs that. But you union people, I think you really want jobs, don't you? And you want your jobs back. I think they should have their jobs back. I think the Roadhouse should be allowed to open, but not just open, it has to be allowed to thrive. And to thrive, a business has to be able to run the way a business runs without burdensome clauses. That means the union doesn't get to dictate how people run a business, but at least hire all you guys back. I'm sure you guys want your jobs back. I'm sure you guys are great workers. You want to get in there. You want to be able to get promoted, get jobs, get paid. Unions can make a business. Unions can also break businesses. They broke Rusty's. Rusty's is gone. And we're here because we want to start that again. And we want to have this business to be run the way you can run a business, and Sean will not.
Thank you. And then Heather Thomason.
Hi, Heather Thomason. Good evening, you guys. I am so excited for the California Roadhouse. It sounds amazing, and Sean sounds amazing, and I love vetoes. I'm also a proud union member of the Writers Guild, and I had an experience when I was first getting started when I got my very first job. We did it for a year, and then it's so common for bosses to turn over there, and the whole group gets fired, and you're starting all over again with a job search. And I had the great fortune that the new boss of my very first job decided to hire everybody, and it was really life-changing for me, and created amazing community. And so I'm just here in support of the workers being retained and the health of the new business, and I'm so excited for it. I can't wait to patronize it. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe Nicoletti. And then if you have comment, if you put your name on for comment and I haven't called your name, please talk to our clerk because I've called everyone at this point. Yeah.
Hello, Council. Joe Nicoletti. Been living in town for about 30 years and seen a lot of businesses come, a lot of go. And I think that I'm completely in support of the Roadhouse because it'll really revive the arts in the spirit of the city, live music. So I think it's well needed and well overdue. So I also think Sean couldn't ask for a better person to design and engineer the success of this business. So let's do it.
Thank you. Okay, so again, I didn't see anyone else coming up, so that will conclude public comment on the consent calendar in the closed session. Do we want to, I know that one item was pulled in advance of the meeting. Two items were pulled. City Manager, which ones are those?
Items 4A and 4I have been pulled from the consent calendar.
Great. Do we want to entertain a motion to approve the rest of the consent calendar?
I'll move the rest of the consent calendar.
Second.
Councilmember Zarnaskaya,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Swick,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
and Mayor Terosis.
Yes.
Okay, the first item is 4A is authorization to accept, authorization to accept grant from the Office Community Oriented Policing Services Fiscal Year Safer Outcomes Enhancing De-Escalation and Crisis Responses Training Grant Program. And Councilmember Hall pulled this item.
Thank you, Mayor and Madam Clerk. I just had a question for the City Attorney's Office, or I don't see any representatives of the Police Department. But so I understand the court issued a preliminary injunction in Chicago versus DOJ, but the case is still moving through the courts. So is there any risk that if we accept this grant under the current injunction, that later, if the courts rule that the administration is okay to reimpose those conditions, particularly around our DEI programs, or if we're required to cooperate on immigration, that we have to accept those conditions because we accepted the grant, or is there some sort of like clawback that would potentially happen?
Correct. So in accordance with council previous policy direction, the city would not accept the grant if the conditions were attached. So given that the preliminary injunction is in place, if council were to approve the grant this evening, The city would send a cover letter with the acceptance to make clear that the acceptance is pursuant to and contingent on the preliminary injunction and the inapplicability of the challenge provisions. If the challenge provisions somehow become applicable to the grant again, the city would likely be approached by the DOJ to ask the city to affirm those grant conditions, in which case we would return to the council for further direction. It would not automatically apply.
And that would, so they'd be requiring us to affirm under the False Claims Act?
They may.
Okay.
They may, although I will say we are hopeful that we would be successful in getting a permanent injunction, because the court did determine the likelihood of success on the merits at the preliminary injunction phase.
Okay, and I think I heard something from the city manager earlier today that those terms have been removed from the grant language. Is that correct?
I believe that was the.
They have been removed to the extent the preliminary injunction is currently in place. So the court has prohibited the federal government from imposing the conditions on the grant at this time. And we are waiting a further hearing on whether or not the court will enjoin those provisions permanently.
Okay, so let's just play this out. If the appeals court or on appeal, DOJ prevails, and we are banned from DEI programs, and we are required to cooperate with federal immigration policies and sharing of data, what happens to the city?
Right. So our position would be that any grant monies used during the period when the federal government was enjoined, those conditions would not apply to that period, and we would return to council for further direction on what would happen on a going forward basis.
Why would you feel like you need to come back to council if we've already given direction on this?
If we have not expended all the grant funds and the federal government is asserting its right to impose the grant conditions on a going forward basis, because right now they can't, but if the court were to rule that in the future they could and we haven't expended all the funds, then we would need to return to council.
What if we expend all the funds before a hypothetical ruling that the DOJ wins?
They would not apply during the period of the injunction.
And when do we expect to expend these funds?
The training funds we expect to expend within the current fiscal year upon receiving the dollars.
As in like current fiscal year that ends in July or June 30th?
No, we would be expended within the year that it's received. I'm not clear if it would be expended fully within this fiscal year. We can check on that certainly and get back to the council.
When is this application due? I guess, in short, do we need to take action on this tonight? Or can we continue this and have y'all return with more clarity?
We can certainly return and bring it back at our next meeting for additional review.
Okay. Am I the only person with questions, or?
Don't see anyone in the queue.
Okay. Mayor, I would move that we continue this to the next meeting so staff can come back with clarity around some of these questions. Thank you.
Second. I have a question.
Sure,
Is
Councilwoman.
that going to impact the funding for the police department if we move this item to the next meeting?
No, one meeting, we will still have time to come back and have the approvals granted. It'll give us a couple of weeks to work through all the issues and be able to answer the questions the council has in more detail.
I mean, I would just say, why did we bring it to council if we didn't have these questions answered?
The reason that was brought forward is given the way that there is an injunction in place, there are no existing prohibitions on utilizing the grant money for any DEI. We don't have a requirement if we accept the grant money to cooperate with the federal government or discontinue DEI activities. Therefore, it was appropriate to bring it forward. Some of the additional questions that have been asked, though, if we don't expend the dollars during the period of time prior to the courts finalizing the decision, we're not clear, but we can certainly find that out and come back to the council with more information.
And if I may, while I believe we have an additional 2 weeks, there will be a deadline in which the city will have to make a decision on whether or not to move forward with the grant. So that is part of why it was brought forward at this time.
Okay.
Rather than waiting until a permanent injunction, which probably wouldn't come until sometime later in the summer.
Great. Councilmember Hall.
Yeah, I just want to make it clear that my position, and hopefully council will join me on this, is that we are committed to continuing our DEI programs. We do not want to make have a False Claims Act issue, and we will not be cooperating with the federal government on immigration issues. Thank you.
Agreed. So there's a motion on the floor in a second, so it looks like we can vote on that.
Is that a voice?
Ms. Ernestine has her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you, Natalia.
I just had a quick question, and the city attorney may have answered it, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So this is going to come back, assuming this motion passes, it's going to come back in 2 weeks, but we won't know about a permanent injunction or any potential outcomes of the court until no earlier than this summer. Is that accurate, or when do we expect the court to continue deliberations, I guess, on this topic?
So the briefing on a permanent injunction should be done in early July, and the court will set a hearing date sometime thereafter. We don't know yet.
So even if the hearing is set in early July, we won't know if there's a permanent injunction, and until we know whether or not there's a permanent injunction, the temporary injunction stands. Is that accurate?
The preliminary injunction will remain in place, and we are hopeful that the court would issue a permanent injunction based on success in other similar matters, and also because the court, in issuing the preliminary injunction, did rule that the city had a likelihood of success on the merits.
Okay, thank you.
Are we ready to vote?
Great, we're ready for a vote.
Okay. Councilmember Zarnaskaya,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Swick,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
I think you meant to start with me.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
I'm going reverse, sorry. And Mayor Terosas.
Yes. Great, that carries. It looks like we will now move on to 4I.
Item 4I is approval of lease agreement with California Roadhouse, Inc. for 250 Santa Monica Pier. And both council members Raskin and Hall pulled this item.
Great. Would we like to hear a staff report, or do we?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. We'd love that.
Denise, would you be able to pull up the report? I do not. Thank you. I don't know. To Sergio. I can do that. Apologies for the technical difficulties. Denise?
Should we hear one of the public hearing items while we're waiting, or no? It's not there, correct? Oh, you did. Great.
Hey, there we go. Thank you very much. Apologies for the delay too. We have a fairly brief overview of the California Roadhouse lease that's before the council for review this evening. First, by way of background, as the council is aware, after more than 30 years of operations, back in late 2024, the former Rusty's Surf Ranch restaurant closed. Following the closure of Rusty's Surf Ranch restaurant, the city engaged a brokerage group in 2025. Through that process, we coordinated a review of possible new restaurant-type uses for that particular facility. We received 9 proposals for consideration, and after working its way through the process, the California Roadhouse concept was identified as the best fit, and the city, in working through those issues, has, for the past couple of months, been working through proposed lease terms with the selected operator. Included in the staff report are the proposed key lease terms related to the lease for the roughly 4,000 square foot facility on the pier. We have base rent set at roughly $27,000 per month, set to increase 3% per year. Our standard CAM charge is also associated with the proposed lease. Some of the additional terms in the lease include a $500,000 tenant improvement allowance that we provided to the operator as part of the agreement. There's also some additional considerations related to building improvements that are estimated to cost about $125,000 to make certain repairs to the building prior to turning it over to the tenant. In addition, there are some additional waivers of lease-related costs, including 2 months of rent and CAM-related charge waivers, and in order to line up patios, a waiver of rent costs associated with extending the back patio so it matches with the other patios adjacent to this proposed facility. As the council also knows, earlier this year, we did adopt here at the city worker recall and retention protections for any hospitality businesses operating on the pier with 5 or more employees. We have been working to align those regulations with the lease and through the lease agreement with the California Roadhouse. There's been a lot of work from the attorney's office in helping us think through how to get the applicable terms embedded into the lease agreement, given that currently no business operation exists to transition to California Roadhouse. The former business, Rusty's Roadhouse, was shuttered prior to the adoption of our recall retention regulations. And what we've done is draft language in the lease that mirrors our recently enacted worker retention regulations. In general, here's how those provisions would work. Every employee that worked at the former Rusty's Surf Ranch restaurant when it closed in 2024 would have worker retention provisions that apply. There would be a 90-day, within 90 days prior to the opening of the California Roadhouse, tenant would be required to have a hiring window be open. During that hiring window, and consistent with our existing retention regulations for the rest of the pier, all of the former employees who worked at the Rusty's Surf Ranch that apply for a job during that hiring window will be offered a position with the Roadhouse. The reason for that provision, again, is given that there's no existing business operation to establish a list of former employees who are interested and able to work still at the new facility. There was this hiring window that we identified. All of the former employees that are and do apply during that hiring window process will be offered a position. They will be retained for no less than 90 days. And at the end of the 90-day period, again, consistent with the city's existing retention-related regulations, the Roadhouse will be required to provide every worker with a written performance evaluation. The lease terms also require the Roadhouse to consider offering continued employment beyond the 90 days for all those employees who receive a satisfactory evaluation. Given those provisions and the negotiations that have been engaged tonight, what the staff is recommending is that the council authorize us to negotiate, finalize, and execute the lease agreement with the Roadhouse pursuant to the terms that have been outlined in the report. If the council has any questions about this matter, we are here and available. With that, we'll turn it back over to you, Madam Mayor.
Thanks so much. We'll do some questions first and then comments if folks have them. I don't see any questions. So, okay, Councilmember Hall, then Raskin.
Thank you for the report, Mr. City Manager. The staff report referenced an interview process. Could you please explain what that means?
Certainly, the way that, we established the hiring window, I think it was characterized in the staff report as an interview process. Really, it's a hiring window to ensure that anyone who previously worked at Rusty's, if you apply during that period, provide proof you previously worked at the Rusty's Surf Ranch restaurant, you have to be hired pursuant to the lease agreement. There's no interview terms per se. Everyone who previously worked at Rusty's is required to be hired if they applied during that hiring window period.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilmember Raskin.
Sorry for not sending this question in advance. So, pop quiz. I understand that the lease is going to have a definition of eligible worker. Is that definition going to track the definition that's in the recall and retention ordinance?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Are there any other ways in which the lease would deviate from the recall and retention ordinance?
The only provisions where it deviates is, again, pursuant to the current retention regulations that we have in existing business. Upon a transfer of control, has to provide a list of the employees. Those employees have to then be retained for 90 days by the new employer. That differentiation here is because there was no prior employer, there's a provision in the retention regulations that require the new operator to comport with all of the prior related rules. For hiring, since we don't have a prior operator, that provision is not included. That plus the hiring window are the two deviations.
Got it. Okay. I'll reserve the rest of my thoughts for discussion.
Councilmember Negrete. Oh, I think we're still in questions. Okay. I have a quick question since I don't see my other colleagues. I just want to be clear from reading the staff report that there were over 100 inquiries in this space. Is that correct?
There were over 100 inquiries received before we received ultimately 9 proposals that were vetted.
Okay. And have you talked with the California Road, or has staff talked with the California Roadhouse to determine what steps are going to be taken to notify all eligible Rusty's employees about the potential of coming back?
Yes, pursuant to the discussion and the negotiated lease language that we're working to finalize right now, the tenant, the California Roadhouse, will have to first put up a notice at the facility outlining the hiring process. Prior to opening and prior to finalizing their staffing plans, they need to finalize that hiring window process to determine how many prior Rusty's workers are going to apply. Outside of in the lease agreement, there's a requirement that the notice be posted. That's the only technical requirement in the lease is currently contemplated.
And that comports with our recall and retention ordinances for how we notify people. Okay, great. And then just to put a finer point on it, the interview process is really a meeting, correct? Because if someone is a former employee and they come to the interview, they're guaranteed to have their job back for 90 days. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. Thanks. All right, I will, it looks like it's time for comments. Councilmember Negrete.
So tonight, I want to be clear about what concerns me here. I support workers being treated fairly. I understand that the role labor unions have played in protecting workers, and I'm not someone who believes that their voices should be silenced. In fact, I was a part of a union at my first job at Vaughn's, UFCW Local 1440, and I stood on a picket line just 2 weeks after joining and getting hired at my at my job there. But I also believe our job as elected officials here is to apply policy fairly and legally. The situation concerns me because Rusty's Surf Ranch is no longer operating. The business is closed, as we heard earlier. The space sat vacant. The city went through a process to identify a new operator, and that operator is hopefully now going to be the California Roadhouse. That matters because this is not simply a continuation of a prior business. This is a new business taking a risk in a challenging economic time when we say we want investment, not only in the pier, but in the city and Santa Monica as a whole. What makes me uncomfortable is the idea that we're bending lease negotiations, inserting hiring requirements that may not actually apply here because of outside political pressure. That is a very dangerous precedent that we are setting. A business owner should absolutely be encouraged to interview former workers if they are qualified people interested in looking for work at this establishment. That totally feels reasonable to me, but forcing a brand new operator into predetermined hiring decisions before they've even opened their doors feels inappropriate and potentially outside the intent of these policies. I'm especially concerned that we are now discussing roughly $800,000 in tenant improvements as a part of this negotiation. This is public money tied to a public asset. We should be asking whether is this the best use of these funds or whether we are creating an environment where future operators will simply just walk away. I have to say that I am encouraged that they are still willing to negotiate, but it is costing the city this negotiation. If we say we want economic recovery and we want our pier activated, if we say we want businesses willing to invest here, then our actions need to reflect that here. We can protect workers while also being honest when a policy does not fit in the facts in front of us. Tonight, there were some questions about clarity, which I heard here, as to whether these hiring requirements are even legally required. Workers deserve fairness. Businesses deserve fairness. Our role is not to pick political winners. It's to create a system that people can trust. So I hope that the California Roadhouse can open. As a business owner myself, I trust in the process that they will hire the people that want to work there and earn that right to get hired. But I think this pressure that we're putting in telling them who they need to hire and the audacity to request that they don't even go through an interview process is just, it doesn't feel good for me up here.
Great. I see Councilor Zernitskaya and then Councilor Rzulik.
Thank you, Mayor. So I really appreciate all of the work that staff has put into this. I really appreciate all of the work that members of the public and Mr. Ahaus have put into trying to find a balance in working out the terms that get us to have a thriving business on the pier once again, and to be able to get the workers back their jobs. Our roles up here can be very challenging sometimes because we are tasked with finding that balance. And I believe that the terms that are laid out in the staff report, given all of the clarifications that we've received, do strike that balance. And I'm very much looking forward to visiting the Roadhouse once it opens and celebrating with the workers who are able to come back and Mr. Ahaus with some really wonderful live music. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rzulik.
Thank you. This was a tough process. There was competing interests. Business and labor weren't initially on the same side as to what exactly this deal should look like. Business and labor are not always on the same side of different deals, but they do share a common interest in a successful economy that can employ workers and provide good wages. I'm proud about the fact that actually I think we did get to a solution that I heard comment from both sides. People, we have an operator that is excited to open a space that seems like it will be a vibrant part of our community, and we have workers who will be rehired. So I really appreciate the efforts of people on all sides here and the efforts of city staff to mediate between these different issues. But I think this is a great example actually of how we can in fact have a thriving economy and a protected workforce. And I'm really excited to see this be a successful venture on the pier and in our community.
Great. Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too am super excited for live music on the pier. I love going to music shows. I love going to locals night, and particularly seeing local bands playing on the pier. So Mr. Ahaus, I'm really excited for your concept. I know that this has been a long and drawn out process. I'm glad that we have this whole process has brought us to a place where I think we have a stronger and healthier pier community, but more importantly, where our values are being put into action. I'm fine with the investments that we're making in tenant improvements here. They're improvements that will stay with the pier as public property. And finally, I think I'll just say, I think for too long, this city has told businesses that they had to live out our values. And when we force the cost of those values on the business community, and then we force those values, or the cost of those values on the business community. And tonight, we're actually putting our money where our mouth is to protect the workers and to bring the workers back, and to ensure that the process aligns with our ordinance that we recently passed. So thank you, both sides, for coming to the table. I'm glad we got to a point where we can open an exciting business and respect the workforce that previously worked there and bring them back in accordance with our ordinance, or in parallel with how our ordinance is structured. So thank you.
Councilor Raskin.
Thank you. And thank you to our staff team who's put in a lot of time on this. I'm excited for this opportunity. Last time we were here in council, my friend Scott Camarada came out and talked about how excited he is to play live music at the Roadhouse. And we've heard from a lot of musicians who are excited about that. And I think that this could be a great opportunity for our city. But speaking about values, we've always been a city that stood up for our workers, that stood up for the people that make up the lifeblood of our city economy. And in fact, I think it would be a very dangerous precedent to not stand up for our workers and to not take a stand when folks have been put out of their jobs. And I'm proud that we've reached a point here where I think we can get a win-win. And I'm very excited to see that Mr. Ayas has agreed to rehire, at least per the terms here, to bring back all the workers per the terms we've got here. For the sake of developing consensus, I'm going to make a few points that I would make in a motion if I were making it, but I'm not sure we have consensus over it. I would just say that the recall and retention ordinance speaks for itself. I don't think we should be taking a position on retroactivity, but it's really important for me that the workers who are the former Rusty's workers would get no fewer protections here than they would under the retention ordinance. With that, I can make a motion now, but I think some other folks want to share some thoughts.
Feel free to make the motion. Oh,
I'm in the queue.
Okay, Councilmember Snell.
I just want to say that this particular item was one that was very difficult for all of us to work through, but I think that we have seen this council that cares about workers. So my statement to the workers that are going to reapply at Ruskies, or I think that, or Roadhouse now, I think that you see that you have a business owner that really cares about its workers. We heard that this evening. I also, to the owner, I do believe that you have workers that will be committed. And this is exactly what we on council, because I care much about the workers and being able to have their jobs back. But I also want to iterate that having a business that cares about doing great service in our community, which I believe this owner is one that we should be proud of. I want to thank the staff for it. I want to thank my council members for their work on it. This is a win-win, as you heard from many of us on this level. I, being an owner myself, understand the difficulty of being able to keep employees, to support the workers, but also I understand from the workers' position to have a community and have a business that will support them. So this is exactly what we're here for. And for those businesses that want to come and do work in Santa Monica, I think they need to understand that we care about our workers, we care about the value of workers, but we also are very sensitive to understanding what it takes to run a business, particularly a restaurant business, during these particular difficult times. So from my position, I think that we did the work, I think staff did the work, and I think everyone should be very thankful that we came to this position that we had tonight. So if you're ready to make a motion with I'm here to support.
Yeah, I would love to say something, but Councilmember Negrete, go ahead.
It was in response to Councilmember Raskin's position. I just want to be very clear, and this was not a hard decision for me when it came up in terms of the proposal of the business. It makes perfect sense. It brings back live music, which Rusty's did have at one point on the pier. And to be very clear, that operator wanted tenant improvements, of which we denied. In fact, they were asked to put in over $1 million to maintain the business on the pier. We are now in a position where we have allowed outside forces to enter in lease negotiations and force a right to recall ordinance that is not applicable legally to this entity. So I think it's great that this person who, Sean Ahaus, wants to offer jobs back to everybody who worked at an establishment that was there months prior. I just want to be very clear for anyone in the public who doesn't understand right to recall works when there's a takeover of an existing business and it changes hands. Similar to like the restaurant that Mr. Ahaus took over, which is Vito's restaurant. If he took that place over and it was subject to right to recall, all of those employees would be offered their job back. If there was a new establishment that took over an existing business that was still operating, that's how that works. That is not the case here. So we are going above and beyond. And the only reason for everyone who came up and said, oh, you should really say yes tonight because this is going to be a great business. Yeah, we know that. That's not why we're here talking about this lease. Multiple council meetings back and forth. We're here negotiating now, giving $800,000 in tenant improvements as a way to say, hey, we are going to force you and tell you who to hire. And we're now potentially asking you not even to interview these people, but you have to hire them no matter what, and apply a policy that doesn't technically apply legally to this business. So while I understand protecting workers' rights and the folks that worked there months ago who are apparently waiting for a new business to come in to apply there, which he's agreed to hire them back, I do think we need to point out that this is not even legally applicable, and we should just move forward, approve this lease, and not put any more due pressure on this operator, because quite frankly, I don't even know why they would want to continue to do business with us if we put any more pressure or strings attached to this potential lease.
Okay. I would just like to make a couple of comments, and then Councilor Raskin, if you wanted to make a motion, that's fine. I would just say the Santa Monica Pier belongs to the people of the city. It is publicly owned land, and we are the landlords. And we have made a policy determination as council that it is important to us to protect workers who help to appreciate the value of our assets, to protect workers who work in our hotels and our restaurants, who make the city what it is. And to me, we can't have an economic recovery and a comeback unless we're doing right by businesses, but also doing right by our workers. So that is front and center in my mind. And you know, this is an individually negotiated lease, and we as the landlords get to set the terms. And so to that, I would say, you know, if we have this publicly owned asset and we have tools in our toolbox to ensure that we are upholding our values here as a city and that people are able to get back to work, that's important to me. I would also just say that this is a good lease for the city and it's a good operator. You know, I think we've heard time and time again that Mr. Ahaus is perhaps the second coming. We've had every positive testimony about him. So I'm you know, very enthusiastic. Obviously there was strong competition. This was rigorously vetted. Very excited about the live music, very excited about a great menu, very excited about the fast activation. And I'd like to say, from my understanding in the lease terms, we own all of the improvements to the leasehold once those improvements are made. The $500,000 city advance is structured very responsibly. It has staged disbursements. We're not just giving a blank check for $500,000. Audit rights, a 5-year clawback provision, and all the improvements, again, like I said, become city property at the end of the lease. So I think that that's how you invest in a public asset, and I'm really proud of it. And I thank everyone here for sticking with us and coming to the table in good faith. I think hiring experienced peer workers is not a concession to the California Roadhouse. It's a head start for them. These are people who know the space, they know the clientele, they know the operations on the pier, And I think that an experienced workforce is an operational asset. And I think, I appreciate that Mr. Ahaus has come and worked with us. I also think, we're excited that all of the workers are going to be hired back. And I'm excited about this deal. I am not opining on the legal applicability of an ordinance because, again, just as Councilmember Raskin was alluding to, the lease should do what our ordinance requires because this is what the law says on a going forward basis, period. And so, with that being said, I'll be happy to hear from a motion if you had one.
All right, I'll go ahead and make a motion. I'm going to move that we adopt the CEQA findings about the exemption and authorize our city manager to negotiate and execute a lease agreement with California Roadhouse for 256 Santa Monica Pier with the following instructions. One, that the terms of worker recall and retention should be consistent with those in our ordinance. And that the city, I'll just say that the terms of our recall and retention ordinance speak for themselves.
I'll second that.
Great.
Okay, are we ready? Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Swick?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zarnaskaya?
Yes.
And Mayor Terosas.
Enthusiastically, yes. Congratulations. We'll allow the clapping this one time. Okay. I believe.
Madam Mayor, I apologize.
Yes.
Before we finish with the consent calendar, oversight on my part related to item, related to.
Mute yourself, Councilmember Zernitskaya.
There's noise. I apologize. On item 4A related to the grant, there actually is a deadline that we have to meet prior to our next council meeting. Staff just sent us a note. I misread the staff report. My apologies. Wanted to see if the council wanted to reconsider the particular matter. We do believe at the staff level, it's perfectly acceptable to take the grant funds now, given the provisions that are in place and the protections that are in place that do not require the city to coordinate or cooperate with the federal government on any immigration-related activities. Further, there's no prohibition on DEI activities. We're not ready to articulate how quickly we could expend those funds, but we can certainly, if the council was comfortable, have an additional motion to say that if the existing court rulings were overturned and that the issues that we are concerned about are reimposed, that the grant funds then would not be expended. The grant would, under those conditions, be rejected, is one way to consider it. The other way to consider it's about a $487,000 grant for de-escalation training. If the council feels like we should consider and contemplate a different way for assessing the issue, we can continue to, we don't have to reconsider the item in that instance.
So Councilmember Zwick has a comment.
Just for clarity, would there need to be a motion to reconsider?
I would recommend it is both a motion to reconsider the continuance and to reopen the item, since the item has been closed.
Got it. Respecting both Councilmember Hall's valid concerns, but also the diligence of staff at this point in time and the deadline as required, I would move that we reconsider the item and reopen the item.
Second. Do we need to vote on that?
Yes.
We need to do everything today.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Swick?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zarnaskaya?
Yes.
And Mayor Terosas.
Yes. Great. So now we're reconsidering it. Does anyone want to say anything? Councilmember Raskin, then Hall.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank Councilmember Hall for your really good questions and diligent work on this item. I suppose this is a question for our city attorney. I'm wondering if we could put some guardrails on this where, in the event that the preliminary injunction is dissolved, or I don't know, I'm trying to think of things that could potentially happen in advance of a hearing, that we could have some guardrails on this where it would come back to us.
Sure. So, I mean, I think we are definitely keeping an eye on the case, right? Because we are a party to it. So if you want to direct staff in the city attorney's office to continue monitoring and return to council if concerns are raised, we are happy to do that.
Was that a motion? Oh, so my apologies, Councilmember Hall. Yeah.
Sorry, just one additional question. Do we know when the last time we've had this training in our police department?
There is consistent de-escalation training. The specific training module, I'm not clear on though, when the last time we engaged this specific training.
And are there alternative ways to fund this training?
There's always alternative ways to fund the training, yes.
Okay. Are we okay to do comments now?
Yeah.
So working in.
Sorry, I had a question.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
didn't see you, Councilmember Zernitsky. Apologies. Go ahead.
No worries. Thank you, Mayor. So if what I'm hearing is accurate, is the worst case scenario, if we were to accept the grant today, should the preliminary injunction be dissolved or a permanent injunction not be granted before we are able to expend the funds, we may choose to return the remainder of the non-spent funds, but we wouldn't have to reimburse the federal government for any of the monies that are expended?
That would be our position, yes.
Okay. And for what have other cities in this position done?
I believe the grant deadline is the same for all of the cities, so I believe that they are operating under the assumption that they're going to be accepting the grant funds. And again, I mean, these conditions have been routinely overturned, and the judge did recommend that, I mean, the judge did determine that there was a likelihood of success on the merits through the preliminary injunction. So while nothing's ever certain with litigation, that's where we are.
Okay, thank you.
And I should clarify too that the other jurisdictions that are accepting, they are accepting with the reservation of rights that we discussed earlier, where we basically would place the cover letter on the acceptance of the grant and say that, you know, this is subject to the preliminary injunction, and make the city's position clear that it would be conditioned upon, you know, the continued removal and inapplicability of those conditions.
Thank you, City Attorney.
Sorry, were there more questions, Councilmember Zernitsky? Great. Councilmember Hall.
So I fully support de-escalation tactics and alternatives to the use of force, of course, safety responding to folks having mental health crises, and training on how to safe interactions with people with disabilities. However, I cannot consciously accept any risk of conditions that require us to cooperate with the Trump administration on immigration or capitulate to the removal of our DEI programs. Working in corporate DEI, as I do in this industry, like we've seen the federal government enforce false claims acts in this space, particularly around federal contractors. And I don't want to put the city in a position where we may fall under that risk, or courts ruling that we are required to share this kind of data with the federal government because we accepted any portion of the grant. So I'll be voting no on this.
If I could just make a comment, I think in my professional capacity, we're dealing with this same issue on a number of different grants. And I feel comfortable in us setting guardrails that we would give back the money or not proceed should we have to agree to any terms that fly in the face of our policy objectives here in the city. So while I respect and appreciate what you're saying, Councilmember Hall, I'm comfortable to go forward. Councilmember Negrete.
I just wanted to second the mayor's comments.
So I'm happy to move the item, Councilmember.
I'm happy to second that.
Oh,
I'll
Councilmember
second,
Raskin. Oh, okay, so I'll move and Councilmember Snell seconded.
Sorry, could we just make clear that that the motion incorporates those guardrails we're talking about?
Right, and that our city attorney would immediately return to us, and we would have a plan to return funds, should we even be asked to agree to any of these terms that we clearly do not agree with.
That's what I second.
Councilmember Zernskaya?
Sorry, point of clarification. When Councilmember Negrete said she seconded the mayor's comments, were you seconding the motion or were you just agreeing with the comments?
Both.
Okay, fine. I made the motion and Councilmember Negrete seconded it, I guess.
Okay.
I don't know
Thank
what
you.
I made it. Okay. Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry, Barry.
So, yes.
Okay, all right. Councilmember
Sorry.
Zernskaya?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Swick?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
No.
Councilmember Negrete?
I don't know what happened to my mic, but yes.
That was a yes.
And Mayor Terosas?
Yes, yes.
So that passes.
Okay, great, that carries, and we are now moving on to the public hearings. Unfortunately, we did some agenda management before I got here. I don't know.
We need to do are we doing public,
Well, are we opening the public hearing?
we're doing public hearing or we're doing public comment? Because there's public comment on the remainder and
Right.
then there's,
Oh, are we doing
I
public?
thought, based on the agenda management, it was my understanding that the public comment on the remainder would occur after we
After.
return from closed session.
Yeah, so let's do public comment on the public hearing items.
okay.
Which sometimes we do the staff report and then the public comment, so we will hear 12A. And we're way
Sorry,
behind.
Councilmember.
How is it already 8:22?
Let me pull up yours. Can you hit exit over? I need you to hit exit over there. I don't have control of it. There we go.
Your mic's on. If you need to know about behested payments, I know a lot about them. We've had to file several behested payment reports. Oh, I could probably find it for you.
Go to slideshow.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the public. My name is Mark Amaral, and I am the city's acting CDBG Home Coordinator. I'm here tonight to hold a public hearing and seek approval of the proposed 2026-27 CDBG and Home Annual Action Plan. But first, a bit of background. In order to receive federal CDBG and home funds through HUD, the city must prepare a 5-year consolidated plan identifying community needs and the responsive goals, strategies, and resources anticipated over a 5-year period. The consolidated plan is then implemented through annual action plans prepared and adopted each year, which outline projects and activities to achieve the goals established in the plan. The city is currently in year 1 of the 2025-29 consolidated plan as approved by council in June 2025. To inform development of the 26-27 action plan, staff solicited direct public participation at regular meetings of the Recreation and Parks Commission and the Housing Commission, as well as tonight's City Council meeting. The proposed plan was also made available for a 30-day public review period, and opportunities to participate were promoted in the Santa Monica Daily Press, through the city's CDBG homepage, and via email to service providers, neighborhood associations, and HHS boards, commissions, and work groups. In early April, HUD formally announced CDBG and home allocation amounts for the 2026 program year. The city's CDBG award is $1.12 million, representing a small increase of 0.5% over the 2025 award, and home came in at just over $486,000, a decrease of 3.3% from the previous year. Based on those allocations, staff has developed the following funding recommendations for CDBG and home activities in the proposed 2026-27 action plan. $500,000 in additional funding for Virginia Avenue Park playground replacement. This project will replace existing playground equipment, minimize and contain sand, and install shade covering to create a clean and safe play area for children of all ages and abilities. $319,000 for park improvements in CDBG areas. This is a new ongoing capital project supporting targeted improvements to CDBG eligible parks. Proposed funding would support replacement of the Gandara Park basketball court and possible addition of a small dog park at either Gandara or Virginia Avenue Park, pending a community outreach process. $50,000 to continue a small business assistance and tenant improvement program that provides funding for facade improvements for Santa Monica small businesses serving low to moderate income areas. $170,000 in funding for public services to Claire Matrix for the continued operation of an outreach program for people currently experiencing homelessness, as well as those recently housed. And $400,000 in ongoing tenant-based rental assistance, which provides subsidies to rent-burdened households at risk of homelessness. And finally, a combined $358,000 for CDBG and home administration, as well as the HUD required set-aside for Community Housing Development Organization reserves. Tonight, staff is recommending that council approve the 2026-27 action plan and authorize the city manager to execute all necessary documents to receive CDBG and home funds. If approved, staff will prepare the plan for submission to HUD prior to the upcoming June 1st deadline. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to receive any feedback or take any questions.
I have a question too. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for the work on this. This is really, really important money, and I'm also excited about the Gandara Park basketball court repaving. That's an exciting place to play basketball. In light of Councilmember Hall's questions about previous federal grant funding, have we vetted this to ensure that there are no conditions that could potentially be problematic?
Yeah, there are similar concerns with federal funding from all sides. When we executed our grant agreements for the consolidated plan last year, this came up. We worked very closely with the city attorney's office to redline any terms and conditions included that we would not be complying with, and made that very clear in our response back to our local field office that our acceptance of these funds was contingent on those requirements not applying. And that injunction, as I understand it, remains in place. And our strategy at the moment is to continue with the same strategy for the grant agreements for the acceptance of these funds.
I just have a quick question. So obviously I know at the beginning of the year there was an issue related to continuing resolution for the HUD funding. And I know that the Trump administration had proposed to zero out all the CDBG money, and then an agreement was reached to maintain, like, not increase for any sort of like CPI adjustments, but to maintain level funding. Are we concerned, like, do we have a contingency plan if something happens to this funding, or are we feeling confident that it's coming through and there shouldn't be an issue?
I would say for this particular allocation, this is coming. So this is approved and part of the federal budget. If we look forward to the future and consider the implications if these programs were to go away, I would say on the CDBG side, predominantly we're funding capital, like fixed term capital improvement programs. So if money were to disappear, we would be able to adjust very quickly. The remainder of the funds go to things like staff time and grants to public service organizations. It's not a very material amount of money. We'd be able to figure out how to adjust there. The real concern, I think, would be on the home side, where we're funding tenant-based rental assistance. There's $400,000 going to keep 40 people housed there. There always are concerns there, but our housing team is very plugged in to fluctuations in that funding. And in fact, it's gone down 20% just in the last 3 years.
Right.
So we're working on a strategy to transition folks to more stable housing voucher programs where we can, and have contingencies in place, should this funding run out.
Yeah, I'm definitely concerned about the voucher programs. I would also say I hope that we are working with our city manager's office and our federal lobbyists that we have to ensure. Yeah, we are. Okay, great.
Sure.
I just want to make sure. And then I would just say, I think CDBG is an opportunity to plug into like our economic development priorities, and hopefully in the future, city manager, we're just making sure that these are the highest priority items, specifically with like the economic recovery work that we're trying to do, and also economic opportunity, particularly for people in our highest opportunity areas, which is the Pico neighborhood. So I want to make sure that funding is directly targeting people in the Pico neighborhood, which it does seem like it is, but I think more information on outcomes is always better. And it looks like Councilmember Zernitzky has a question.
Yes, sorry. So, I thank you for asking your question. Sorry, I just grabbed a cough drop. I just wanted to clarify on the kind of facilities for the park, the upgraded playground at Virginia Avenue Park. I really appreciated that it included shade covering. But as the key priorities do include accessibility and inclusivity, could you confirm whether the plan for the upgraded playground will include a variety of seating options, including seats with backs for people, including those who are breastfeeding or folks with disabilities or who may need that kind of seating?
I can't confirm that tonight. I will say that the question comes a bit in front of things. So the Public Works team will be coming to council with recommendations for a design build contract. And there's still a long way to go in terms of community engagement and input on those sorts of details. So that is all forthcoming and part of the timeline. What you're approving tonight is just funding for those initiatives and not any specific details associated with that. But that will be coming your way.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Okay.
And that's,
oh, go ahead, Natalia. I mean, Councilmember Zernitzky.
Nope. Sorry. Nope. Just saying that was my one question. You asked all the other good ones, although I'm sure others have other good questions as well.
Great. Councilmember Raskin.
If no one else has questions or comments, I'll move the staff recommendations.
I'll second.
Point of
I'm
order.
sorry. We have to
Do
we have to have a, thank you, Councilmember Snell. We have to have a public hearing. Do we have any public comment on this, Madam Clerk? Those are the remaining agenda items.
Looks like we have Harvey Ed.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Harvey Eder, my apologies. Let's hear from you before we take a vote.
I didn't see him there.
I thank you, keeping us honest, Councilmember Snell.
I got 2 minutes on this, not one. I signed up for 2. Okay, my name's Harvey Eder. I'm the founder director of Public Solar Power Coalition, et cetera, incorporating comments I made previously tonight. It's extremely important that we make provisions for home ownership for low and middle income. There's supposed to be 2.5 million units built in the state in 23, 24, 25. 1 million of those, 40% is supposed to be low and middle income. And that's, the high is 80K, all right? So that's got to be incorporated in there. And it is the goal of homeownership for Housing and Community Development Agency of the state. I'm not familiar with a lot of this stuff. The home ownership is also a term used by a program with the Department of Mental Health. So this is extremely important that home equity, and we're incorporating also a reference we referred to no increase in income for 2/3 of the people for income or equity, and it's gone, productivity's gone to the top. And the goal of is also for first-time home ownership, all right, for housing and community development. And so this has to be reflected in all of this. It is state law. You're violating, you're doing market 90% and 10% low income. That's illegal, all right? And the recent letter you got by Santa Monica for Renters' Rights is in the paper over the weekend. That says they want the park to have 3,000 units, okay? Now, they went to Housing and Community Development, incorporating their comments, they use the term co-op. That means actual ownership. And the definition of what is permanent housing has to include home ownership. That's the way it is. There's 1,000 programs using Section 8 vouchers, been on for 30 years in this country, and nothing's being done in the state. Very, very little. They did 6 units in San Francisco about 6-8 years ago, and a couple dozen down here. This has got to change. It's got to change now, and they should be incorporated in.
Thank you, Mr. Eder. I think now we're ready to hear from Councilman Raskin.
I'll move the staff recommendations.
I'll second.
Okay, ready to vote? Okay. Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Swick,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Zerneskaya,
Yes.
and Mayor Terosis.
Yes, thank you. We will now hear, or do you want to announce it?
We have another public hearing.
Okay.
Yeah. And this public hearing, an adoption of resolution to rename a portion of Vicente Terrace as Silus White Street.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm Alex Nezarchuk. I'm the Acting Assistant Director of Public Works. We're here today to conduct a public hearing to rename a street. On November 2025, council made a commitment to rename Vicente Terrace from Ocean Avenue to Main Street to Silus White Street. And pretty much we're here to open a public hearing and do this. So I brought a propped one of the signs, so
Is that a real life size?
it might be a little bigger.
What are you doing? What are you doing with that sign?
Yeah, so we ordered some extra signs, so this is just one of the extra signs. So
I think Councilmember Negrete asked a good question though. Can we send it to the family?
Sorry, so does the family get it?
yeah, we have two, so we can
Okay.
definitely share one.
Very cool. Any questions, comments, or concerns from my colleagues?
I'd like to make the motion if there's no more comments.
Councilmember Hall and then Raskin.
I'll just say that I'm really proud that we are here today. That was a momentous night back in November, and this is just one step of many that we are taking to repair a situation that happened with a very wrong and harmful situation that happened with the White family. And I look forward to continuing this work with our new Restorative Justice Commission that we are instituting soon. Thank you.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yeah, ditto. Obviously, this cannot make up for the generations of lost generational wealth and the harms that have happened to the White family. But I'm glad that we're making this motion today.
City Attorney, you're in the queue. Do you need to say something?
I just want to confirm for the record that there were no public speakers.
There are no public speakers.
Okay. Councilmember Swick.
Yeah, I was here a few years ago with Mayor Terosis when this issue was first raised at City Council. We've gone through it now for several years, and I'm just proud that in addition to this sign, which will accompany some of the other recognitions and plaques that we have made throughout the city, that we are the first council that has found real dollars to place behind this, both for the White family and for many more that have been wronged through actions taken in our city in decades past. And I'm very excited to get to work later this year in programming that money moving forward. But I'm also very happy that we'll have this commemoration in our city. So thank you.
Councilmember Snell.
And I too are very proud at what we've done on council. This is a very small step with recognizing the wrong done to the White family and to other families in this particular situation. And we're a council that's committed to restoration for this, and I'd like to move this item.
Do we have a second?
Second.
I'll second.
Oh,
Let's give it to Natalia.
I'm sorry, so which of you is it?
Councilmember Zerneskaya. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Zerneskaya,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Swick,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
and Mayor Terosis.
Yes. Fantastic. Great job, guys. We're excited. But this is just the beginning.
So now we'll go to the next one, 11.
Oh, well, I think
sorry.
we're moving to closed session now.
No, are we going to closed session now?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, first, so we're going to go closed session and then we'll do public comment. Okay. Okay, go ahead, Mayor.
Oh, okay. Well, we will now move on to our closed session items. City Attorney, do we need to read those out?
I'm sorry, I'm reading them.
It's okay.
I have too many pages going.
I understand. I
apologize.
agreed. It's confusing.
Okay. So you have several closed sessions. The first one is John Doe. It's existing litigation with a lot of names, a lot of John Does. Next, you have an existing litigation, and this is City versus ICSOP. Next, you have significant exposure litigation. It's one case. And, I'm sorry. Then we have a real estate negotiation, and this is for 200 Santa Monica Pier, Sandbox South. And then the next item is another real estate negotiation. This is 1450 Ocean Avenue. And what's being negotiated is price and terms of payment for license. Then we have another real estate, 1450 Ocean Avenue, Camera Obscura. And again, this is price and terms of payment for license. Then we have another real estate, 200 Santa Monica Pier, Sandbox South. And this is, again, ESPN under negotiation, price and terms, payment and lease. And then finally, the last one, again, is another property. It's Sandbox North. And this one is the City of Santa Monica. Negotiator is the city manager. Parties negotiating the Living Library of Nature, Inc. And under negotiation is price and terms of payment and license. And Councilmember Zarnaskaya, did you want to state your recusal?
Yes, I will be recusing myself from item 5C due to a potential conflict of interest under Government Code Section 87100.
And I think Councilmember Zwick has something.
I think something very similar. I will be recusing myself from item 5C due to a potential conflict of interest under Government Code Section 87100.
Great, and I believe that with agenda management, we agreed to be back at 9:45.
Agreed.
Okay, great. We will be back no earlier than 9:45. Thanks, everyone.
I'm going to Portland in like 2 weekends, see some friends.
Oh, fun.
When you went
Generally.
to the island, you took a plane, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh. Okay, we are back from closed session, and Madam City Attorney, do you want to report any action?
Yes, items 5D through 5H were heard with no reportable action taken, and council will reconvene after the remaining portions of open session back to closed session.
Great. All right, so we have public comments on the remainder of the agenda items, so I'll go ahead and call our names, and then after those public comments are heard, we will move on to the staff administrative items and the reports of boards and commissions. All right, Janice Barton, Harvey Eder, Jeff Halpert, Denny Zane, Heather Thompson.
Good evening. On item 11A, I have several questions about your interpretations of SB 79. First, why are you including stops a half mile away due to our city having a population over 35,000, making me question the map included? Next, put stops near Big Blue bus lines. You need rapid transit lines, which the Big Blue bus has none of presently. And it also states that not all projects are CEQA exempt. Then on the environment, doesn't California have a drought frequently? If so, couldn't all of these new units require additional resources? If so, would this be the city's way of increasing demand equally in higher cost? People are not going to stop driving their cars, even with the city trying to make it as hard as possible to do so. So do you not think that additional traffic will equate to more pollution, making it look like you really don't care about the environment? Or what about the Coastal Commission height regulations or building large properties on an unstable bluff, not thinking that will have a negative effect? I ask only because the NRDC building is sinking and pulling away from the foundation of the building I live in, or the outdoor dining area on the street pulling the sidewalk away from the foundation, showing the environment is really not a concern to you. Also, have you submitted a map yet, or are you going to wait for the state to make one for you? I just hope you don't submit fraudulent information. Thank you.
Great. Harvey Eder? Not seeing. Jeff Halpert?
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council, city staff. My name is Jeff Halpert. I was recommended to come by and introduce myself. I'm an applicant on the Building and Fire Life Safety Commission. So I just wanted to say hi. And just by way of introduction, spent most of my life in the City of Glendale Fire Department in the Fire Prevention Bureau. I'm a fire protection engineer, licensed in California, and for the past 5 years, I've left the city of Glendale, retired, and I've been working with a company called TERP Consulting, which is a fire protection engineering, code consulting, and design firm. We have offices all over, but our LA office is in Burbank. I live very close by in LA, just a few miles down the road, and that's pretty much me in a nutshell. Happy to help or answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Denny Zane. Heather Thomason. Yeah, I know.
Hi, good evening again, Heather Thomason. I'm speaking on 11A, and I wanted to, first of all, thank the Planning Commission for taking it upon themselves to look into this implementation issue and for their very thoughtful report. I want to recommend to you guys that you adopt their recommendations and that our single most important goal be to minimize displacement that is going to take place because of SB 79. Also, I wanted to just draw your attention, I mentioned this in my written comment, but I think it's really, really critical for the city that we get answers from HCD to the question that the planning department has now posed to them about whether we are going to end up in a situation where bus stops that exist but change in their nature could end up becoming SB 79 stops. We don't want to be making upzoning land use decisions based on bus policy changes. And so even if the answer turns out to be that yes, new SB 79 stops can be created by way of changing bus policy, I think we need to do everything we can as a city to ensure that we are not doing that and put protections in our own code to prevent that from happening. Thank you so much. And, protect the Pico neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll just one more time, Harvey Eder and Denny Zane.
And Mayor, we have a caller on the phone.
Oh, that's right, Jacob Wasserman. Great. Well, let's move to the callers.
David, we're ready for the caller.
Hey, how much time do I have for this item?
You have 4 minutes. Are you speaking on 2 items?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks so much. Yes, hello. I'm Jacob Wasserman. I am planning commissioner, but speaking for myself tonight. About SB 79. So the first thing I want to draw your attention to is you're going to look at a map tonight that staff drew up, shows the 4 expo stops. It's important to know, though, that map is really preliminary and probably doesn't include stops on the dedicated 24/7 bus lanes downtown that are going to qualify. So that's Santa Monica Boulevard near 4th, Broadway near 4th, and the 4th Street bus lane right outside of Samo High by Pico. Those have 15-minute frequencies. They're dedicated bus lanes. They qualify by any clear read of SB 79. And when the SCAG maps come out, those probably will be included. And if they aren't, they should be. And I say should be because if you are sort of supportive of SB 79, it means it covers more area. If you are skeptical of SB 79, you should also be supportive of these stops being included, to be frank, because it just provides more area for density from other areas that may not be as well suited to SB 79 projects to be shifted to under a local alternative plan. And that gets to a point that the Planning Commission agreed on, is that alternative 3 that you're going to consider tonight, a local alternative TOD plan, I think makes a ton of sense for Santa Monica. I would love to see the corridor right on top of the expo line, Colorado Olympic really densifying into mixed-use housing. But like the letter said, we don't want paper density. We don't want to just count the density that's already there. We want to actually increase above our current zoning, because obviously our current zoning is not really turning that corridor mixed use yet. And I think I'm a little more skeptical than my peers on the Planning Commission of the need for delay in the interim while it's developed, that alternate plan's developed, in part because the Expo Bundy stop that folks are worried about in the Pico neighborhood isn't even eligible for delay under SB 79. It's only the other 3. But in any case, I hope you adopt an alternate plan. I thank staff for all the work on it. And I think we should focus on the positives as well. SB 79 has the potential to allow for mid-sized, gentle density courtyard units. And that's what our city really needs. And so I'm looking forward to it. The greenhouse gas reductions that will come from building housing near, and in some cases virtually on top of transit, are really going to transform the way people get around Los Angeles. And our city's already done a lot of that work, so the good news is we're pretty well positioned. And so I look forward to you taking the next steps on this. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Wasserman. With that being said, those are all of our public. Oh, Harvey's back? Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Eder.
Howdy, thank you. My name's Harvey Eder. I'm speaking for myself and Public Solar Power Coalition, et cetera, incorporating by reference comments made on other items this evening. Also, in reference to, I think it's very important that we look at equity, home ownership, and different forms of doing that in the 79, and that it be integrated into these other plans and whatnot. Also, there's a Prop 1 passed. It's $1.104 billion a year for 10 years, all right? In there's all kinds of stuff that could be used for this, and it follows up $355 million in 17 Prop H. Okay, so I included in there, and I got this from clerk, and I'm incorporating by reference a 20-page copy of the actual law as passed, all right? And in there they have right to it. There's an issue, the definition of permanent. I said if you don't own the place, you can be evicted a bunch of times. It's not permanent. So this is important. Also, the right of first refusal for people in places. And there's tension between and groups that serve those that are in houses, in places to keep them from being homeless, or if they were, or from people on the street to get them off the street. And I say the latter is getting the slight, and that's got to be reevaluated. That's like a structural thing. 70%, a guy wrote a book, was in Book TV a couple of years ago, that money that goes to homeless and whatnot goes to the infrastructure and the consultants and nonprofits and stuff. Anyway, so it's very important. And the right of first refusal, if you're in a place to buy a unit, that we need that right, et cetera, et cetera. And to integrate this in the plans, we went to Office of Planning and Research and about the solar energy conversion element in the plan, and also public solar power. We're not going to meet our climate goals. It was discussed, I'm incorporating by reference to meetings on that, and we're not going to.
Thank you, Mr. Eder. All right. Okay, so we will move on to item 11. And I believe there is a staff report.
So let me read the title first.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
That's okay. 11A is the overview implementation options for Senate Bill 79 and adoption of a resolution of intention to direct the Planning Commission to initiate the process of amending the text of the zoning ordinance to implement Senate Bill SB 79. And I have a question for the city manager. I understand that 11A and 13A are going to be heard together.
Correct.
Is the presentation going to be done together as well?
The staff presentation will start, followed by questions from the council, followed by the item 13 discussion from the Planning Commission.
Okay.
So I'm
Yes,
just
Mr.
going to
Zwick.
think it's probably appropriate to jump in now and just say that I'll be recusing myself from item 11A. Does that include 13 as well? Or? Yeah, okay. Due to my employment as the Southern California Director of the Housing Action Coalition, which advocates for housing production and specifically for SB 79.
Great. We will call you back.
Thank
you. Ross or Jane? Okay, great.
Evening, Council. So tonight we're going to give an overview of the SB 79 state law and also walk through just some options that we'd like to share with the Council in terms of choices the city has on how the state law is implemented. So Senate Bill SB 79 becomes effective July 1, 2026. What it does is it upzones housing development projects within a half mile of a major transit stop if the project complies with certain requirements. We'll walk through what that is. The major transit stops are divided into what's known as Tier 1 or Tier 2 DOD stops. We should note that Santa Monica does not have any Tier 1 TOD stops. We're really only dealing with Tier 2. Those are the 3 Expo light rail stations in Santa Monica. As you heard during public comment, there is some questions, that we have with respect to some bus stops, and we've submitted that question to HCD for clarification. We would note that there is the Bundy Expo station that is actually within the city of Los Angeles, but the half-mile radius does dip into Santa Monica. So it does, we are impacted by that city of Los Angeles station. And what the bill does is it provides guaranteed height, density, and FAR for eligible projects near that TOD stop. For the benefit of the public, we do have a new SB 79 webpage. That's the QR code up there, just to kind of lay out all of this given the interest in the bill. This is a map showing all of the stops that cover Santa Monica and the parcels that would be eligible for use of SB 79. So you can see those are the 3 metro stops in Santa Monica, and then the Expo Bunny one outside in the city of Los Angeles. Just big disclaimer, this is a preliminary map, and it's definitely subject to further refinement. The state law actually defers the responsibility of creating the map to SCAG in this case, and they have not yet adopted the map, but they do have to do that before July 1. And I think just a piece of technical, information is that the distance from, a parcel, it's actually from a site measured in a straight line from the edge of the parcel to a pedestrian access point for a TOD stop. So although we've drawn these circles, the eligibility is actually determined on the parcel. Like when you go to implement itself, you go from the parcel and then you do that measurement, to the access stop. So, the bill itself really, and its implementation is site by site, right? In order to be eligible to use SB 79, so just, several preconditions. Obviously, the site itself has to be located within a half mile of a TOD stop. The housing project can't include any hotel use in it. Has to be at least 5 dwelling units, and then there's a minimum density greater of either 30 units per acre or the minimum density allowed under local zoning. We do not have minimum density in our zoning code, so that minimum 30 units per acre would be what would apply. An average unit size, maximum average total floor area of 1,750 net square feet. There are anti-displacement protections. So what is automatically excluded in the bill is any rent-controlled units with more than 2 units that would require demolition, or any deed-restricted affordable occupied by tenants within the last 7 years. There's also an affordability requirement if there's 10 units or more. So it's either, what the bill requires in terms of, you can see the percentages there, or if there's a local ordinance that mandates higher, that would apply. In Santa Monica's case, our inclusionary ordinance would apply because ours is 15% inclusionary. So that's higher than the state bill. And then there's a deed restriction required for the 55 years. And then for any project that is over 85 feet in height, it must meet labor standards. So these are all of the preconditions for a site to be even eligible to use the law. SB 79 does work together with state density bonus law. So eligible projects would be able to use state density bonus law, which allows increases, in density, allows incentives and concessions, which modifies standards. And you can see there that SB 79 actually allows for up to 3 additional concessions, depending on affordability that is in the project. And there are also waivers under state density bonus law. A project can request an unlimited number of waivers. What's important to note here is the city is not required to grant additional height increase through density bonus law beyond what SB 79 already provides. So to the extent SB 79 provides elevated height limits, the city's not required to grant more beyond that unless it's 100% affordable housing project. It's modified parking ratios. The SB 79 densities become the base density for the purposes of state density bonus. And, so that's really how these 2 state laws would work together. You can see here, this is a summary of the guaranteed standards under the law. The blue we've highlighted here because, again, Santa Monica, has these tier 2 stops. And I would highlight largely within the half mile and the quarter mile, you can see there the majority of parcels are in that half mile, the 55 feet, 80 dwelling units per acre and 2.5 FAR. And then you can see there that final column, additional concessions, the additional 3, you can see that it's with respect to how much affordability is provided for extremely low, very low, or low income households. So now jumping into kind of the options that the city has, the choices, in terms of how the state law is implemented. So what we're calling just approach one. This is just state law implementation. This is if the city does not have to do anything, state law automatically takes effect July 1, 2026, which, as of that date, it would automatically upzone, any eligible housing projects who choose to use that state law within the TOD zone. The city can adopt an ordinance, but it's not required. And again, parcels with 3 or more rent-controlled or affordable units are ineligible for SB 79. We've done a preliminary assessment. There's approximately 2,700 eligible parcels in Santa Monica's TOD zones that would be eligible to use a state law. To summarize the impacts on Santa Monica, really kind of on a high level in terms of non-residential zones, Santa Monica standards, because of the implementation that we did through the housing element update, they are generally similar to SB 79 height and FAR. We'll highlight later just a capacity analysis. You can see that, we're pretty much there in terms of our non-residential zones. We also took a look at recently approved housing projects, and they show that height and densities are actually generally larger, which means that developers using just code compliant projects that meet local standards, and also the use of state density bonus lots actually exceeding the standards under SB 79. Where we do see the most potential impact is in the residential zones. So in the R1, R2, R3, R4 zones, there is a substantial delta between what's in existing standards for height and density versus what SB 79 would allow. I think it is important to note that, that would very much be inconsistent with the city's adopted growth strategy, our land use and circulation element, what we've implemented in the housing element, which really is to preserve our residential neighborhoods and to direct development pressure to our commercial zones. We're highlighting here just PICO neighborhood impacts. We just did some quick analysis. Approximately, I just want to emphasize the approximately because this was done pretty quick, but about 856 parcels within the TOD zones identified by SB 79, and about 2/3 of those parcels would be eligible to use SB 79. Moving on now to option 2. So this is kind of the middle ground. We would describe this as it allows the city to exclude certain sites until 2030, which is 1 year after the 7th cycle housing element adoption. In order to do this, the city would be required to adopt an ordinance identifying individual sites that meet each of the criteria. So what we've sort of divided here is criteria relevant to Santa Monica and those that aren't really. So you can see there, the ones that are relevant to Santa Monica is that a site could be excluded if it's located in a TOD zone that has 33% of the sites offering 50% of SB 79's density and FAR and 75% of overall TOD density. Secondly, a site could be excluded if it already allows at least 50% of SB 79's density and FAR. Basically, nearly every non-residential parcel in a TOD zone in Santa Monica would meet this qualifying criteria. Any site that has a locally designated historic resource that was designated before July 1, 2025 could be excluded through this option 2. By our estimation, that's 43 sites. And finally, if the site is located in a TOD alternative plan, we'll walk through that, which is in option 3. Site criteria that don't really apply to our TOD zones. None of our TOD zones do not extend into a very high fire hazard severity zone or into areas that would be vulnerable to sea level rise. And none of Santa Monica, none of our census tracts are considered low resource areas. So this is just a preliminary analysis of option 2. And you can see here, look at the columns downtown, the 17th Street, Santa Monica College stop, the Bergamot stop, and Expo Bunny. So those are the 4 TOD stops that are in the city. And based on staff's preliminary assessment, if the city adopted approach 2, our downtown, basically all the metro stops in Santa Monica, those TOD zones could be, the sites within them could be excluded until 2030. However, the Expo Bundy zone, you can see there, it doesn't meet those criteria. We're only at 21% of sites with 50% of SB 79 standards representing only 21% of permitted capacity. So that is the only TOD zone that would not meet the exclusion criteria. We do have a question that we sent as part of a technical assistance letter to HCD with respect to the Expo Bundy site. Just to ask the question, because when this bill was written, was there consideration for TOD stops that span 2 jurisdictions? The vast majority of that Expo Bundy TOD zone is actually in the city of Los Angeles. To the extent that that zone in the city of Los Angeles, those parcels could be excluded, but the Santa Monica ones are included. We just have a question about whether the capacity in the other jurisdiction could be included. So it's a clarification question we think would be helpful. This is a visual showing this preliminary analysis just focusing on the Expo Bundy zone because it is the one zone where we don't believe an option to, that the parcels within it in Santa Monica would be able to be excluded. And what we've highlighted here is the residentially zoned sites would appear to not meet that criteria. The non-residential sites would, because again of our existing zoning standards, they're able to be excluded in that way. But you can see here that out of this zone, we've got about 249 R1 parcels in that half mile, 27 R2s, 2 R3s, and 7 are parcels with affordable or 2 or fewer rent-controlled units. So that's a total of 278 eligible parcels. And you can see there the color, the yellow, and the kind of like light orange. The yellow represents all of the R1 zone, and then the red outlines are the 7 rent-controlled parcels with the 2 units or less. That doesn't appear that there's a pathway to exclude them. Moving on now to option 3. This is what's called a TOD alternative plan. And essentially what this is that it does allow the city to either adopt an ordinance to effectuate this alternative plan or include it as part of the 7-cycle housing element. It's important to note that inclusion of this kind of TOD alternative plan, would facilitate better comprehensive planning. One of the things in, the recommendation before you really is there's interest and it's aligned with the Planning Commission's recommendation in order to be aligned with the city's adopted growth strategy and to facilitate, not knowing all of the rules that might come out of the 7-cycle housing element update. It definitely hit us like a ton of bricks with the 6-cycle housing element and being able to reconcile, the RENA numbers, all of the rules, developing site-by-site analysis. It would, certainly make a lot of sense to do it comprehensively if there was interest in pursuing a TOD alternative plan to do that all together. What this is, it's very similar to a transfer of development rights concept, and what it allows is a transfer of density across TOD zones or sites, but there are 3 major rules to follow. And so we'll go through those together. So rule 1 is that is that we must maintain the same total net zoned capacity across all TOD zones in terms of both total units and floor area as what's available. So net zone capacity, what that means is existing capacity, so our capacity is calculated by our existing units minus SB 79's capacity. What that is right now is 251,000 total units across 4 TOD zones, right? So whatever alternative plan, that is adopted, if there's interest in that, it just can't be lower than that total 251,000 units. Rule number 2 is that the capacity of any one TOD zone cannot be reduced by more than 50%. So there's no instance here where a TOD zone could just be zeroed out. It's important to understand. So you can see this is just an illustrative example. In TOD zone 3, you want to reduce it by 2,000 units. It's a zero-sum game. It's got to be moved over to another zone in the same amount. And then finally, rule 3, this one's a little interesting. it's got extra here, is that the capacity of the site, so we've gone through the zone rules, now the site rules, any individual site cannot be reduced by more than 50%, except for local historic sites, very high fire severity zones, so we got none of those. Sites vulnerable to sea level rise, again, none of those. Provided that no site within a TOD zone has a density of less than 30 units per acre and a residential FAR less than 1.0. So regardless of how much moving around that happens on a site level, there will always be that minimum guaranteed density or FAR. And in addition, the site that it gets moved to, so the receiver site, it cannot be increased by more than 200%. So you can see here, it is a push and pull, and it is a very, very complex site-by-site analysis, in order to effectuate something like this. So this is a very simple illustrative example. Site 1 has 200 units, site 2 has 100 units. You could lower site 2 by 50 units, so you're not going below that 50% threshold, and you shift the 50 units over to site 1. That checks out because site 1's, maximum increase could be 400 units, right? So, that's just kind of how that works out. This is just in table form, preliminary analysis of how approach 3 might shake out. You can see there across all 4 TOD zones affecting Santa Monica, SB 79's capacity and the existing number of units. You can see how we arrived, preliminarily at the 251,000 net new capacity across all TOD zones that has to be maintained in any future TOD alternative plan. And then you can see in Rule 2 there, the minimum capacity, that you in any event, you have to maintain at least 50%. Or no, you can't remove, any more than 50% of what is in the SB 79 capacity. So that's the assessment there. And then finally, we just wanted to summarize the technical assistance letter that we sent last Friday. 5 key questions with respect to, as I said, the city of Los Angeles, how that applies, that Expo Bundy TOD zone to Santa Monica. Can we use the LA portion in calculating permitted capacity for that TOD zone? We had questions around the definition of a bus service TOD stop, as you heard in some of the public comment. We do definitely have some bus stops with dedicated bus lanes, full-time dedicated bus lanes that are, a handful of blocks long. We just wanted, for clarification, do those count even though the rest of doesn't really connect to something that's full-time. Number 3 is a question that we've heard from the community, and it was certainly a topic of discussion at the Planning Commission, was the applicability of additional TOD zones as a result of changes in transit frequency. So where there's an existing bus stop, as transit service changes in the future, what is the impact in creating a TOD zone or removing one? The law is very clear with respect to planned TOD zones. There's definitely a cutoff date there that it has to have been in an adopted RTP before January 1, 2026. So that part is clear, but it's a little bit of ambiguity around what happens with existing stops that are already there, but service frequency changes. Question 4, with respect to, clarification around affordability requirements to access additional concessions. It appears to read like even providing one extremely low income unit, for example, would get you one concession. So we just wanted a clarification point there. And then our last question was whether SB 9 and SB 1123, which are other state laws, could they be factored into calculating permitted capacity with respect to some of those residential parcels? So, we await, I think, that response. And then finally, I'll close with just a recommendation here, which is adopt a CEQA finding and direct staff to implement approach 2 immediately, and then subsequently approach 3. Ideally, I think our professional recommendation would be as part of the housing element, but I think we would welcome council's direction, with respect to that, and then adopt a resolution of intention to be able to initiate this process. Happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. Do my colleagues want to get in the queue? Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. So with regards to your recommendation here, specifically for option 3, and that you're recommending we align the development of an alternative TOD zone with the 7th cycle housing element, can you tell us about your staff's capacity to do it sooner? And if we did do something sooner, what are some other potential projects that might get pushed in the priority queue?
Sure. So in terms of approach 2, because we have done some preliminary analysis, but in order to have an ordinance, the ordinance actually has to list every individual site. And, so I think we're estimating we could be back to council probably about mid-July with an approach 2 as an adoption. If we wanted to advance approach 3, we could estimate probably by the end of this year, we could be back with an approach 3. That would be the only things we would be doing. In terms of, we have some other things we're trying to advance in terms of realignment plan. We'll just have to figure out a little bit about how we balance, this effort with the realignment plan efforts.
Sure. And just for the public's benefit, can you remind us what those realignment plan
Sure.
initiatives would be?
Yeah, it had to do with driving value for city-owned sites in the downtown, really addressing, the gateway area in downtown zoning with respect to supporting the city's economic recovery, but importantly also taking a look at kind of a incentive, for lower scale development in the commercial boulevards elsewhere in the city.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Negrete.
So obviously you already showed us where it's focused, and I know there's probably not a real answer for this, but when you're doing all this analytics, do we also take into the impacts to infrastructure, water, sewage, all of those things?
That's not part of the calculus in the bill. I will say that as part of the housing element, we did assess all of those infrastructure impacts for the addition of, I think it was close to like 15,000 additional units. So we did look at this kind of like overall impact on utilities and infrastructure as part of the housing element EIR process.
Do we also look at, I know this may not be part of it, but how many deed restricted and affordable units we think we're going to get versus market rate?
That's something, I think if there was interest in doing that, we could, but it's pretty speculative because it depends on, any individual proposal that might come forward. We could do a speculative guess on if you did a max build out and it was 15% across the board, right? You can do that, do 15% of 251,000. But I'm not sure that's meaningful. It's pretty speculative because all this depends on a developer opting in to even using this law and where it's located, how many units they propose. So it's really hard to know.
And then lastly, just so we can be clear on what would happen legally, and are we compromising ourselves legally by slowing down the process?
You mean?
I'm just saying, if we slow down the process as we're discussing, what is the legal ramifications of that?
I don't know that there are any particular legal ramifications. So until HCD approves an ordinance that the city has adopted that has implemented either approach 2 or approach 3, the fallback provisions of SB 79 will apply. So approach 2 will I guess you could consider slow things down until approach 3 is put into place, because approach 3 will take longer. So without approach 2, your fallback provisions of SB 79 will be in place longer.
Yeah.
Okay, does that make sense?
Yep, thank you.
I think it's also important to note that, just the timing of it is that it's very similar to the housing element. Let's say even if council adopts an ordinance, you're required to send it to HCD. They have up to 120 days to review it. And the ordinance isn't considered certified and effective until HCD approves it. So it's similar to the housing element process. So there's certainly going to be a gap regardless of how we approach this, whereas the sort of, baseline nature of SB 79 will be in effect come July 1. That's unavoidable.
Thank you.
Councilmember Raskin.
Thank you. Yeah, picking up on some of the questions we heard from Councilmember Hall. So the 7th cycle housing element process is going to start not that far in the future, is it? I mean, the draft arena allocations are, or maybe you could just talk through a little bit more about when the draft arena allocations are going to come out.
Yeah, we would expect, typically, I think we got ours about, gosh, it was about a year and a half, I think, before the due date. So, you're looking at 28, like beginning of 28, late 27, maybe, like we'd see that process starting to spin up. So you're looking kind of like, maybe sometime late next year, early 28. So yeah, it's not too far away.
Yeah, I did the backwards math in my head, and I was calculating the draft arena to land in October 2027.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like we would essentially be pressing pause on everything else happening in the planning department to work through this.
It is incredibly just get preparing, the preliminary analysis, and this was done pretty quick.
Yeah.
In order for, as we're looking at the rules of the ordinance and recognizing, you actually have to list every single site that is excluded. You can't just say like everything in this zone, like you have to list the parcels. It's very similar to handing, I'm thinking the parallel would be like our suitable sites inventory for the housing element. It would be that level of detail. We would have to be meticulous about showing our math, in terms of how each and every site met the rule and the zone. You just have to show all of that. So, that takes time.
Right, yeah. And even then, a TOD plan would have to be approved by HCD, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So I'll ask this next part in the form of a question, just to inform our further conversation. So I read in the rent board's August staff report from last year that there would be 550 total rent-controlled units in all TOD zones within a half mile. And of those, there are 51 properties that are the 2-unit rent-controlled properties, so 102 units total. And by my math, there are a little under 100 or so rent-controlled units that are either in single-family homes or converted condos.
It's probably, yeah.
Okay.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
So we're still talking at the ballpark of nearly 200 rent-controlled units that could potentially be subject to this.
Yeah, potentially.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, Councilmember Snell, or do you want to take yourself? I have a couple questions.
I just have one question. You said you are asking ACD regarding the Bundy site. Do you have any idea what the effects would be on? I know I'm kind of speculating what the effects would be with 2 cities being involved. Would there be something where we would have to? Would it reduce the amount of sites with respect to within our city, or is there something as to how? Could you speculate as to what that ramifications would be with respect to us?
Yeah, so with respect to the Expo Bundy site, we're aware that City of Los Angeles has taken actions to, try and effectuate essentially something akin to an option 2 and an option 3. They actually did some strategic upzoning, it appears, in their residential zones to kind of, increase the capacity. So, more residential properties could qualify for exclusion.
Right.
We didn't get a chance to take a look at like everything within that TOD zone, but knowing that, it's obviously most of that bubble you can see is in the city of Los Angeles. And, not a lot of it is in Santa Monica, right? There's only, I think it's like 13,000 units, potentially are kind of in there. So that's our question is, can we account for LA's capacity? Because, in a situation where the portion of LA that's in the bubble was able to be excluded, but Santa Monica was included, it's a bit of an odd outcome. And I think that's why we're asking the question, whether that was contemplated by the bill's authors, what's the meaning? The state law doesn't give any direction or information about that. It does have language about, parcels in the jurisdiction, but I think we're doing our due diligence and asking the question.
And when would you anticipate maybe getting some kind of direction with respect?
We hope soon. We will check. We have some upcoming calls with HCD, so we'll we'll try and advance a discussion, but it's their timeline. We don't control, when they get back to us.
Thank you.
Councilmember Zernitskaya has some questions. We can't hear her.
You guys hear me now?
No, can't hear you at all. But your background looks cool.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I moved to a different spot because yeah. Anyway, so questions. So I know you already said this, just to reconfirm, regardless of the outcome of today's vote, would the law go into effect as written effective July 1st?
Yes.
Okay. And I know you mentioned that there are limitations with what we currently have as the mapping because we don't yet have a map issued by SCAG. Do we have an idea of the timeline of when they'll be able to issue that?
It's supposed to be sometime before July 1. So we're monitoring the agendas, but we have not seen it yet.
Okay. And to follow up on that, how long will it take us to analyze the map issued by SCAG and then make further decisions based on that?
I mean, we would, to the extent we've done our own preliminary analysis, it wouldn't take much, to take a look and ask questions and how it matches up to our analysis. I think if we were given council direction, and I think that's a policy decision with respect to how quickly it comes back and all of that. We could obviously move pretty quickly. We would advance it based on our preliminary understanding. That's really what would happen. And then when SCAG's map comes out, then we might have to course correct, to account for anything different that's there. I would expect that once they release a draft map that we'd have the opportunity to comment on it, make sure it syncs up, to understanding, of how the law is applied.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, there's basically 2 months left until July 1st, if my math is correct, and it's past 1 a.m. here, so perhaps. And then, let's see, so if we were to go with the Planning Commission's recommendation, I know Councilmember Raskin touched on this, but how long roughly would it take to develop a local ordinance pursuant to a combination of approach 2 and then subsequently develop a local implementation plan under approach 3?
Yeah, so if given the direction tonight, we would be able to return, because it's a regular ordinance, so we'd have to go back to the Planning Commission for their formal recommendation, return to council. So we believe we could be back to the council roughly like July 14th, I believe. Your July 14th meeting is where we think the earliest we could get back.
Okay. And given that kind of timeline, would we hypothetically, and kind of following up on another of Councilmember Raskin's questions, since the staff report did identify a number of parcels that could potentially be impacted that have fewer than 3 rent-controlled or deed-restricted homes per parcel, would we be able to ask Planning Commission to consider excluding these under approach 2 and 3? So that we would move the density to, from the ones that.
Oh, okay. So for the parcels that rent control parcels that are 3 units or more, those are already automatically excluded by the law. You're talking about for the ones that are 2 units and fewer. Well, I think one thing to understand is that under option 2, under approach 2, the 3 metro stops in Santa Monica, so downtown, 17th Street, and Bergamot, right? Every parcel within those, regardless of whether it's rent control or not or whatever, because those zones collectively meet the criteria already. That's our preliminary assessment. So that, all of those zones would essentially, like all parcels in them would be excluded, right, until 2030. The zone that we have questions about is the one on the furthest east end, the Expo Bundy, the one that's in LA that dips into Santa Monica, that captures a number of parcels. I think we could take your direction. We would honestly have to look parcel by parcel. We took a very quick look at it. We're not sure there's enough parcels. It's going to bring up some choices about how you do, how you shift things around. It's a little hard to know, because I think if you're asking about implementing, shifting some density here or there, we'd have to look at it, but we could take that direction without guaranteeing an outcome, I guess.
Okay. Yeah. And I mean, would that also be dependent on what HCD's guidance is regarding the kind of
Yes. Any further guidance,
jurisdictional,
and actually digging into the numbers, going parcel by parcel within that TOD zone, how much could move. But, always remember, like, even if you did some sort of hybrid approach like that, there's no instance where you can kind of zero out, capacity on a site. That's just, following the rules of the state law.
got it. So I mean, if it, my concern, and I know we're not in comments yet, but just to try to protect as many tenants who might not be protected under the current, under SB 79 as written. And I understand that's a limited number, and it depends on a number of factors, but I think, anyway, just wanted to.
Yeah, we did an assessment of like the expo, but that's what we showed in the presentation, just a preliminary assessment focusing only on the expo Bundy TOD zone, and just, is there even enough parcels to get there, right? If they're mostly R1, if you wanted to take an approach like an LA approach, where there was a sort of like strategic upzoning of R1 to build capacity to allow them to be, that's essentially what LA did, but it just, we didn't really have the time to get into all of that. A little unclear how that would be accomplished. It just doesn't appear like there's enough parcels to even get there.
Of course. Yeah. And I assume that, as you mentioned, it would also depend on kind of the jurisdictional split, and if we're able to kind of, I don't know, I'm sure it's a double-edged sword of whether we could potentially use the LA portion or not in our calculations. So that's something the Planning Commission is probably going to have to do a pretty deep dive on with your team. And then final question. So regarding the minimum permitted density requirements under SB 79, would you be able to confirm whether these are similar to the minimum guaranteed square footage that we had adopted for lot splits, where, we'd be required to allow a minimum density as defined in the law, but that wouldn't prevent a home builder from building at a reduced density as long as it's no less than that minimum of at least 30 dwelling units per acre, or whatever the specified minimum requirement is. Is that accurate?
It's pretty similar, yeah.
Okay. All right, cool. Thank you. That's all my questions. Appreciate all of your work on this. I know it's been a lot. Thank you.
No, thank you to the team.
I have a couple of questions, and then perhaps I think we want to hear the Planning Commission's report before we give comments. So I just want to put a finer point on this. Approach 3, if we take it, has to be approved by HCD, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Approach 2 as well.
And of course. And SB 79 default applies starting July 1st.
Yep.
So realistically, what's the HCD review? Let's say you do all this work, you give our TOD alternative plan to HCD under option 3. What's the realistic HCD review timeline? After you've already prepared something?
They have up to 120 days.
Right.
Yeah.
And so even if we say move full steam ahead, there's going to be some sort of period of time.
Yeah.
Can you give us your best guess?
Well, I'll use Beverly Hills, I believe, is the only city I'm aware of that submitted something to HCD in, I think, is January.
Okay.
I don't know that they've heard back yet. Should be around now, actually, in terms of the 120 days. So, if you think we return to council with approach 2 July 14th, right? HCD in theory would have up to somewhere in mid-November, to give us comments back. We then have, up to 60 days to provide a response. They get another 60 days, right, to respond back to that. So that's why I was like, it's very much akin to the housing element process. There's just back and forth.
So So
you know,
realistically, SB 79 full steam ahead is going to be implemented July 1st. Like, I just want to give everyone some
Yes.
realistic thoughts here.
yeah, no, I think that is important to clarify that, you know, come July 1, there's nothing the city can put in place to not have SB 79 go into effect.
And, you know, you mentioned Beverly Hills. I think we knew that this was coming. This bill was signed. This was not a surprise. What took so long for us to only now be talking about it at council?
I mean, we were going through the legislative, I think, honestly, it wasn't direction on there. We had an informational study session with the Planning Commission, you know, doing the analysis, kind of understand it's a pretty complex law. And, you know, we just had the study session with the Planning Commission about 2-3 weeks ago.
My
So this
understanding
was-
is that the Planning Commission delayed that study session. Is that correct? They canceled their prior meeting?
No,
No?
no, I don't think so, no.
Okay. I was told that that was pushed. So the Planning Commission asked for an AFFH or disparate impact analysis, if I'm not mistaken, specific to the Pico neighborhood. Has the city attorney started that?
So we would need to work with planning staff on how that work, but yes, we will. So just to be clear, so AFFH and fair housing rules, they apply to anything that we do. So as that process unfolds and the analysis happens, we will be working closely with them on that process.
Okay. Okay, I don't have any more questions at this point, so let's go ahead and hear from the Planning Commission.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Sean Landris, designated by the Planning Commission to speak on its behalf. And my colleague Leslie Lambert wrote to you earlier this evening. The Commission appreciates staff's responsiveness to our request for a briefing on SB 79 in April. And no, it wasn't pushed. We wanted it as quickly as possible. That briefing was the foundation for our unanimous recommendation now before you, and I hope the urgency of action is more than apparent to council. SB 79 takes effect automatically on that date, July 1, whether or not the city takes action. And so the window to shape implementation rather than absorb it, as we experienced with the builder's remedy, is impossibly small. The Commission voted unanimously on April 15th to recommend the two-track approach to SB 79 implementation. I'm pleased to see staff recommendation tonight aligns with that approach. I'm going to try not to take all of my time, but want to underline 4 points the Commission considers essential to making the two-track approach work. First, the case for approach 2 plus approach 3 together, not either alone. SB 79's practical impact on Santa Monica is uneven, as you heard. Our commercial corridors already meet or exceed SB 79 standards across most of the buffer area. The staff report confirms this. The real intensification falls on residential parcels in the quarter to half mile bands, particularly R1 and R2 in the Pico neighborhood. Approach 2 lets us protect those specific parcels as a scalpel, not axe interim measure, while approach 3 builds a comprehensive TOD plan that shifts density toward areas where it can feasibly yield housing. The exclusions under approach 2 should be deliberate, not reflexive. This is the second point. We specifically recommend that staff identify sites inside the quarter to half mile range that have genuine development capacity without gentrification or displacement concerns, and that those sites not be excluded. The exclusion list should be built vulnerable parcel by vulnerable parcel, as Jing mentioned, where we can. And if necessary, we support securing clarification from HCD about moving density between neighborhoods within the same TOD zone, such as from Exposition in Delaware up to the Bergamot area. And it's not clear to us immediately that that's actually allowed, so we need to be clear about that. We also strongly recommend that all existing landmarks and historic districts as of the date of adoption from SB 79, as of the date of adoption be excluded from SB 79 application, and we need to draw that line as quickly as possible. Third, when approach 3 shifts density, the shifts must be real. If units are moved out of R1 and R2 neighborhoods, they need to land in places that actually yield housing near transit, even up to the 200% density cap where it's appropriate, rather than being transferred to parcels where existing zoning already accommodates them. The Bergamot zone, for example, already has significant capacity. Adding paper density there may not produce a single new home. Approach 3 should test every density transfer against this standard. Will it yield real units, or is this just performative zoning? Fourth, and it should have been first, but I'm getting to it fourth. The Pico neighborhood deserves dedicated legal and planning analysis, not treatment as a footnote. The Commission heard substantial concern at its April 15th meeting about the disparate impact and fair housing implications of applying SB 79 alongside our affirmatively furthering fair housing obligations. Pico has the highest concentration of ethnic and racial diversity and lower income households in Santa Monica. It's the neighborhood with the highest displacement risk under the 6th cycle housing element. The constitutional and general law conflicts that could arise from applying SB 79 here are not hypothetical, and the Commission recommends that they receive dedicated analysis. The Commission also recommends that staff study a right to return provision as part of the Approach 3 work, even though that sits somewhat outside the scope of SB 79 itself. But given the displacement concerns that attend intensification in sensitive neighborhoods, we really need to do that. A few specific items to fold into staff's work. The Commission recommends that staff study interparcel development rights transfers within zones, not just between zones, as well as how transfer development rights mechanisms currently used for historic preservation can be protected so those sites don't lose that tool. Looking ahead to June 9th, the Commission does hope you will consider creative ways to achieve SB 79 density inside the R1 form that produce homeownership opportunities affordable to teachers, administrators, city employees, and others. But the missing middle housing recommendation is not on tonight's agenda. And finally, on major transit stops, the Commission asks that staff investigate the precise location of major transit stops as defined by the statute, and whether a charter city can be effectively upzoned or downzoned by an outside agency, whether it's Big Blue Bus, or which runs under enterprise fund rules, or Metro, including potentially the forthcoming LAX BRT connector on Lincoln, unilaterally increasing or decreasing headways. That said, new TOD zones could help absorb density from Pico if additional downtown bus stops qualify as major transit stops. Downtown is where housing near transit actually pencils, and adding TOD zones there with real increases in housing density could make Approach 3 work with fewer paper increases and materially reduce the urgency of a fair housing legal challenge by giving the city a concrete alternative pathway for the density that Pico cannot absorb. To recap, the Commission is asking Council to treat Pico's fair housing exposure as a first-order legal question, adopt the two-track approach, Approach 2 now, Approach 3 in parallel as the comprehensive plan, build the exclusion list deliberately, parcel by parcel, protecting Pico and historic resources without freezing development citywide, and test every Approach 3 transfer for real production, not paper density, and investigate downtown bus stop eligibility as a Tier 2 TOD zone. We are ready to meet. I think we have like 4 meetings before June 30th. We're happy to do whatever you need to get this moving. So any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Even though it says, there we go. Really appreciate that. Really appreciate the entire team and obviously Commissioner Lambert. I think I don't have any questions. We've all been discussing this since the Planning Commission met, but I don't know if my colleagues have questions for you. But again, just a lot of gratitude because you guys did the heavy lifting, so thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, if people have questions, let us know, but we'll take some comments to get in the queue. Okay, Councilman Raskin.
All right, sorry, give me a second to pull up my notes here. Sure.
Oh, Councilmember Hall wants to go now.
Sorry, you were just talking about having your notes pulled up, so I have mine ready if you want. Oh, yeah, go for it. Okay. While you pull it up. So I will be quick here, at least for my first round of comments. I am not interested in Approach 1 from the first night we've discussed this bill. I've expressed my desire to leverage the alternative TOD zone option to protect renters in the Pico and Mid-City neighborhoods. For Approach 3 to implement the alternative TOD zone, that option is why I supported the bill. I personally think we should do this as fast as possible, but I'm in absolute agreement with the Planning Commission that we should not be papering over density, and I recognize that takes some capacity with staff. So I'm curious to hear what my colleagues have to say, but generally I would say that I think this is a really important planning priority, and I'm supportive of immediate implementation of Approach 2 to protect those sensitive sites.
Great. Councilmember Raskin.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you to the team and Commissioner Landers for coming out here late at night. Yeah, I mean, I think that SB 79 is taking a lot of people somewhat by shock in the pace of change. And it's difficult to react, I think, in our planning process. And, you know, as far as I understand it, you know, the Planning Commission began with the ROI on March 4th, came back with a recommendation on April 15th. If we were to come back with implementing this, we would have to do our own ROI, start the reading process of an ordinance. It's in the noticing process, then the reading process. It's going to take a while. And, you know, in the meantime, this bill could have, you know, this bill's going to go into effect and it's going to have real impacts. The last time that we really had a substantive discussion about SB 79, it was when we were considering whether to endorse the bill. And I'm glad that we had urged for the addition of anti-displacement protections, and really the thanks goes to folks like Assemblymember Haney, who added in really strong anti-displacement protections into the bill. But the bill really does threaten unprecedented displacement and gentrification in the Pico neighborhood. As our fellow Housing Authority Board member, Ajar St. Clair, reminded us earlier tonight, the 10 freeway has already cut through the Pico neighborhood and has stolen generational wealth from thousands of families. And we're really at risk of seeing generational wealth taken away again, or opportunities for families taken away yet again, in what is really the last concentration of Black and Latino families in Santa Monica. So as I mentioned before, while SB 79 exempts many multifamily rental units, there are still hundreds, nearly 200 households in danger of displacement through this bill. I referenced earlier that the data from a rent control agency says that there are 102 rent-controlled units that are not exempt from the bill at all within a half mile of these TOD stops. And that's not even to account for the single-family homes and other rent-controlled units that are not exempt. You know, and to make things even more complicated, you know, it's really well known that, you know, displacement pressures don't only come from direct displacement, but also from the development and vacancy of neighboring properties. I was just reading some studies coming into tonight talking about how the redevelopment of neighboring properties is a direct causal factor of gentrification and displacement of those in the surrounding neighborhood. You know, the frustrating part about all this for folks who work in the housing world is that folks have already developed a game plan in California of how to speculate based on these types of laws when they have robust protections for tenants. The game plan is this: simply evict the tenants and then wait. We've seen this before with the Ellis Act and the Housing Crisis Act. You kick out a family, keep the units off the market for 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, whatever. Housing units are unused and buildings sit vacant and they become a blight on our community. We see it in the Pico neighborhood all the time. And I'm really concerned that that's exactly what's going to happen here. Mass evictions, even from those units that are exempted from this, people keeping them off the market, and then speculation a decade or more later. And crucially, in Santa Monica, we have very thoughtfully focused development in the non-residential parts of our town, in the areas that are zoned for commercial, to keep the displacement pressures off of those residential zones. SB 79 doesn't care about that at all. And instead what we're seeing is what we're going to see is the displacement of our mom and pop businesses that are renting in the commercial zones that you know, have no protections from displacement, no rent control for businesses, nothing like that. So we've got a lot of work to do to make sure this is effective. I'm going to support moving as quickly as we can towards an option 2, delaying until 2030. In the meantime, work really strongly towards a thoughtful TOD process that should be aligned with the 7th cycle housing element process. But we should take all the time that we need and delay implementation the full amount of time that we can. Our planning staff is working literally around the clock. The amount of priorities that we've put in your department over the past few years has been tremendous. And we really appreciate the hard work we're doing, but we can't do everything. Meanwhile, I also think it's really imperative for us to work closely with our friends in the legislature to make sure the cleanup bills fix the problems that we're seeing here. We need to make sure that we're dealing appropriately with jurisdictions like Santa Monica that have already zoned for the capacity of SB 79, and to modify the TOD zones to allow for greater flexibility in dealing with situations where there are real risks of displacement. I'll have more direction to give when we get to the point of making a motion, but those are my comments for now.
Thank you, council members.
Yeah, I just took my name out by accident.
Councilmember
No, it's me.
Councilmember Negrete, okay.
I just clicked my name out. Well, I'm going to cut what I was going to say in half because I echo everything that Councilmember Roskin just said. I think this is a place where maybe some of us agree when it comes to housing up here, maybe. And I appreciate that. I do think that I'm not comfortable rushing into these one-size-fits-all approaches. Our community is unique. My story, being born and raised in this city and feeling grateful that I still get to live in a city because of rent control and raise my family here, speaks to a lot of the issues we talked about tonight. I think we need the opportunity to take a phased path, study the impacts, come back with something that reflects our city, not just a state mandate. I'm not interested in performative zoning or checking a box. I'm really interested that we get this right. I think we owe it to our residents, to the generations of family that are trying to stay in this community. We've done a lot of work to preserve deed-restricted stock, including spending tons of money to rehabilitate it. I would be fearful that we did all that work just to potentially lose similar families. I think we owe it to our residents to plan growth in a way that's realistic and not theoretical. And that's why I definitely support this phased approach and a locally driven plan that allows us to meet these state requirements without giving up our responsibility to think through impacts. I think, the biggest thing is when we make these decisions, we can't take them back. So being thoughtful is probably one of the most important things that we can do. So I echo my colleague, Mr. Raskin, over here. Thank you.
Councilmember Small.
And Councilman Raskin and Negrete took most of my comments. I also agree that we need to take a very thoughtful approach with respect to it. Approach one I'm not supportive of at all. I think we need to take a look with approach three. I like to concentrate density near the actual transit stops and not disperse it if possible. I think we also should avoid density increases in areas with high freeway proximity. And I want to thank the commission for their thoughtful approach on this. I think I was very supportive of SB 79, but displacement is something that's also very important for me, and I think that we on council understand that, and Councilman Raskin has probably said it very eloquently, that property owners take people, evict people from homes and then don't put the items on the market again for a longer period of time, and that's exactly one thing that we don't want to see happen. So a very thoughtful approach, one that really takes into consideration displacement and those people affecting the Pico neighborhood directly, is something that I'm very concerned about. So thank you for staff and also for the Planning Commission for their thoughtful response on this.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
I will try to be as brief as possible. I agree with much of what's been said, so thank you for saying it very eloquently to my fellow council members. I'm also supportive of the Planning Commission recommendation of a combination of approach 2 and 3, and I agree with focusing on protecting current residents and asking the Planning Commission to to be very focused on anti-displacement measures, including but not limited to right to return where appropriate, and taking it parcel by parcel to be as intentional as possible to protect our existing tenants. And I also agree with the intent of avoiding paper density and really focusing the increased density as close to the actual transit stops as possible. Admittedly, yes, I actually am very lucky that I currently live within a 15-minute walk of a train, but it's, you know, I'm also 3 minutes to a bus stop, and I feel like the closer people are to transit, the easier it is for them to use it. And that is the entire point of SB 79, is to make it easier for people to use these really excellent, strong public transit I don't want to say opportunities, sorry, but basically the public transit that we've already invested as taxpayers billions of dollars, and we want as many people to use them as possible. So that's basically it. Agree with all what's been said, and Planning Commission recommendation. Thank you.
Can I, before you go for another round, can I just ask a question for the planning staff that I neglected to ask before? We haven't really spent that much time differentiating between this quarter mile versus half mile. Did you? Okay. Is it okay if I ask this question? So distance from a TOD stop was not one of the exclusion criteria like enumerated in the statute. And from my understanding, the drawing the line around a quarter mile of the transit stop, not the half mile, would be going beyond what the law authorizes and would have to be approved by HCD, correct?
That's right, yeah.
And what do you think the likelihood is that HCD is going to approve any sort of special consideration on a quarter mile?
I mean, in terms of an alternative TOD, like the alternative TOD plan, I don't know that it doesn't allow that, because I think that was something that we were discussing, that was discussed at Planning Commission. Could you do a sort of a quarter mile, concentrated quarter mile option, if you will? So it's something we could for sure take a look at, because it does allow like transfers between sites, because, the rules is like between zones, but also between sites.
Right, but you still have to, you still need to do this very intensive parcel by parcel analysis.
So like, for example, if you imagine there were like more residential properties around like non-residential zone properties that were within the quarter mile, you'd have to do that site by site. We're going to pick from here to here. But like, we look at it, there's obviously a lot fewer parcels in the quarter mile compared to the half mile. Like at some point you just run out of capacity in land, you probably do, right? So I think, but without going through that sort of exercise, you don't really know, but it's not completely out of bounds.
Right. I appreciate how the Planning Commission really tried to thread the needle. I'm just not sure that it helps us that much.
It might. It's all on the table. So.
Okay. And then if Councilmember Hall had questions about that point, go ahead. I'm done.
Thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I understood the the Planning Commission's recommendation correctly. It's that, sure, if that's okay, Commissioner Landers. It is, Planning Commission is recommending pursuing approach 1, immediate implementation within the quarter mile ring. Is that correct?
We're recommending pursuing approach 2 and approach 3. Approach 1 is being thrust upon us, whether we like it or not. What we did, though, was in the context of our conversation, we looked at the maps. And what we noticed was that within the quarter mile, a quarter mile is not a long distance in certain areas, right? So if you go a quarter mile southeast from roughly, say, from Bergamot Station, right? And we're looking at the neighborhood Delaware Exposition. There are only 2 parcels that touch on the quarter mile, and those parcels both have more than 3 units. So, and they're presumably rent controlled. So I'm guessing that those are excluded parcels to begin with, which means that inside the quarter mile around 26th and Bergamot, I don't think there's any other housing at risk. And I think those two parcels are excluded under different criteria. So our thinking was, as we're navigating this, look at the quarter mile at specific sites and say, if we have to let it happen here sooner or first while we explore what's happening at the half mile. Because when you go out to the half mile, then you get all of that neighborhood. But then you also get all of Bergamot. So you've got somewhere to move that density pretty quickly. The other thing I would point out just on this in the same vein is the question of individual transfer rights. We had a public commenter who said, why not sell density rights? Why not incentivize property owners with density rights who otherwise might be incentivized to sell their properties and redevelop them and displace people? Why not give them the right to sell their density to somebody inside a zone where we want more density? Turn the market into our ally. I think it's not something we could recommend tonight, but it's certainly something that we could ask staff to study and explore. And then immediately Commissioner Fresco pointed out that historic preservation properties also have those kinds of transferable rights. And so we ought to look at, if we're looking parcel by parcel, we ought to look at what rights could be transferred in order to essentially disincentivize the owners of the properties that are vulnerable from selling them. We have a lot of tools. I don't know if I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, it's certainly an interesting idea. I'd be amenable to exploring that in our direction. Are we going into comments?
I thought we were in comments.
Okay, wherever we are, sorry, thank you. I'll just, I'll close my comments by saying, my first night on the dais up here, I asked staff to trust us, and in exchange, I would trust you all. So I appreciate the recommendation that we, due to staff capacity, take this thoughtful approach and delay implementation and align with our 7th cycle housing element, or at least a delayed implementation for a little bit later. So curious to hear thoughts from my colleagues on what we feel the appropriate timeline would be.
I have thoughts, but Councilmember Raskin. Go ahead.
All right, I'll give this a shot at making a motion here. I'm going to move that we proceed with developing an option 2 ordinance as quickly as possible to delay implementation until the maximum time allowed, up until, I suppose it's whatever the 2030 deadline is in the statute. In the meantime, let's work on preparing our own TOD plan pursuant to option 3. I think we're going to need to check in periodically to figure out what's going on pending the guidance we get back from HCD, given that there are a lot of unanswered questions and given that there's some workup that's going to happen at the Planning Commission level. But I have a few pieces of direction that I'd like to see in this. In particular, I think it's really important for us to partner with the Rent Control Agency to disseminate information to households that could be affected here. I'm really concerned about the possibility of folks just hitting the start button on the eviction process and starting the clock on a 7-year countdown or whatever. So to the extent that we can publish and disseminate information and get it out there and inform people of the rights, I think that's going to be really important. I would also like to see us work closely with our partners in the legislature on a cleanup bill that'll fix a lot of the concerns that we're seeing here. In particular, working on options for greater flexibility in the implementation of TOD zones. We've talked in the abstract before about increased renter protections, but if we are going to see a wave of evictions here, I think we're going to need to see some options of what's feasible locally in terms of increased renter protections. I have some ideas, but obviously it's contingent upon feasibility and available resources. So I think we'll need to see some options for what's possible and get that back to us. So those are the general contours of the motion, and I desire City Attorney to jump in the queue here.
So I just wanted to clarify, because there is actually a resolution of intention before you this evening as well that will allow you to that actually directs the Planning Commission to start the process of amending with respect to both approach 2 and 3 within the timeframes that you're suggesting, and also a CEQA determination. So just wanted to confirm whether that was part of your motion.
Yes. Yeah, the goal is to kick off the ordinance process through an ROI based on the direction here and to make that CEQA determination.
I'll second.
Okay.
I'm sorry, who seconded?
I did.
I'd like to have like a friendly alternate. Could we also look at flagging this and discuss the right to recall with respect to that motion also going forward, and have it included in the motion to have some kind of dedicated legal planning with respect to that? I know that's not part of SB 79, but I would like staff to be able to take a look at that and bring that back with respect to the motion.
Right to return.
Right to return.
Oh, it's like
Yeah.
right to recall.
Right to return.
Yeah,
That's right to return.
Yeah, for sure. I think we need to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, then
What about flexible cash assistance? Oh, I'm sorry. I was asking a question about the motion.
Yeah, no, I mean, I would just say that I don't necessarily want to. I think we should put every option on the table to help potentially displaced renters.
So I see Natalia in the queue, and then I think I might want to make a comment.
I just wanted to confirm whether the motion includes the concept that Commissioner Landris presented about potentially allowing folks to sell the density if allowable under SB 79, and just giving Planning Commission the latitude to explore all options for tenant protections and the best outcomes for existing tenants and renters.
I mean, is that legal?
I mean, just to explore whether it is legal or not, perhaps.
Sorry, that was me under my breath.
Yeah, I think we still need a lot of answers from ACD about what's feasible. I'd be curious to hear what staff says. I have some questions in my mind as to whether that's good policy, but I think we should, keep it on the table.
Okay.
Is friendly the seconder?
Councilmember Hall.
I'm just curious, Councilmember Raskin, your thoughts around pushing to 2030 for approach 2 as opposed to aligning it with the 7th cycle housing element.
I mean, if we adopt, general plan amendments and zoning per the 7th cycle housing element update, I think it would naturally incorporate the TOD plans. So I just want to give us the longest runway possible. But if we align this with the 7th cycle housing element preparation, then it would be implemented faster. Well, not that much faster than 2030.
Right.
Yeah. So what, October 2029?
You could fashion an ordinance where basically the pause stops when the TOD plan gets adopted.
Right.
You could do it that way.
But yeah, it is October 2029. That would be totally reasonable for us because we'd be going through a massive comprehensive planning process anyways. So this would it would fit right in. Yeah.
I guess I would just say that I would prefer we align it with the 7th cycle housing element so we can get things moving faster than just a blatant delay until the last possible moment.
Well, I mean, I think it would accomplish the same thing, right? I mean, even if we did the option to pause for SB 79, it doesn't really matter because our local zoning would incorporate it anyway.
Yeah. I think one way to think about it is like you're giving yourself a runway to cover a longer time period, but it does not preclude you from adopting an ordinance that would take effect that would override that other thing.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. I would just say I'm a little bit concerned. I'm going to give some feedback. I'm a little bit concerned that this is just kicking the can down the road. If we say, yeah, delay till 2030, and do not move forward as expeditiously as possible with the TOD alternative plan, we're basically trying to put the brakes on this. And I understand, I mean, again, if you read through the staff report, we've pretty appropriately zoned for the density that SB 79 requires in the majority of the area. But again, I think to me, this feels unnecessarily long. And I'm wondering, again, to Councilmember Hall's point about trusting staff, I do implicitly trust you, and the realignment plan is extremely important to us, and the economic recovery is extremely important to us, and I do believe that we should be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. So I'm just wondering if we wanted to say, move forward immediately with getting the ordinance to HCD for option 2, but come back to us with options for option 3 within the next year, would that be reasonable? I mean, I understand. Tell us why you would not like that.
So, I mean, yes, from a feasibility perspective, absolutely. I'm coming at it from the perspective of you're going to end up doing some pretty potentially major changes twice, like within a short period of time, right? I think we're just planning ahead for what is, I would say, just a somewhat unknown around the rules surrounding the 7-cycle housing element. We don't know what our RENA is. We know there have been changes in state law that will probably increase what those numbers are. They're going to account for like extremely low income and different aspects, right, of housing need that haven't been the case in the past. And as we know, like it's just unknown the kind of rule setting around how you develop and show capacity. So that's a very meticulous process. To develop an alternative TOD plan is a very careful process as well. It makes sense to try and do that together so you can consider like kind of all things. I think at the end of the day, what the alternative TOD plan allows us to do is very consistent with what we have set forth as a city, like protection of our residential neighborhoods, put, density where it should be, closest to transit. That's kind of always been our guiding light, right, in terms of city planning here in Santa Monica. So to the extent it kind of all sort of like dives together, being able to take a look at how all state law that is in effect at the time and plan for it makes a lot of sense to me. But certainly if there was a desire to advance that faster and coming back with, I'm hearing some desire for like periodic check-ins. Like it's not like we just disappear for 5 years or whatever it is and you never see us again. We could certainly put in place with conversations with the Planning Commission, come back with some draft options with the council or a study session or something like that before we dive into detailed recommendations from the Planning Commission. That's the sort of process I would envision.
Could you come back in 6 months?
I think we could, yeah.
With some
with
ideas on where you're headed with this. Because
sure.
again, I don't want to delay till 2030, and I do think that it is true. HCD is still getting their act together to issue advisories. SCAG, from our understanding in your presentation, has not completed their maps. We don't want a demolition derby in the Pico neighborhood.
Yeah.
We're deeply concerned about like who's getting impacted by this, but at the same time, it does feel a little bit like we're just saying, let's kick the can down the road.
I think what's interesting is, we talked about the realignment plan and it's, very much around the economic revitalization, but a key part of it was also developing, incentives for like kind of an all of above strategy, right, for housing across the city. And I think as we've been thinking through all of the different direction that we've received, these things do dovetail together. So we will be back, we're going to begin that process on the realignment plan with the Planning Commission, coming up pretty soon. at their next meeting so that we are able to consider all of these things together, because it really is kind of addressing all of the housing needs in the city and trying to reconcile that with state law. But yeah, I think we could certainly be back to you within 6 months with at least options, not an ordinance, but the ideas around things we're considering.
Yeah, I would feel more comfortable if we had options within the next 6 months. And I'll leave it at that. Councilmember Negrete.
So I would just look at it from a different lens. For the first time, we have a little bit more flexibility and a little bit more local control than just a slap-down mandate. We're already going to be dealing with the gap, which is going to feel like a builder's remedy, so to speak, right? Where projects may be going in July.
Well, hopefully not, but.
Hopefully not, but that is a real possibility. And so to the extent that we give ourselves the most amount of time, I just think it gives us more flexibility to be extremely thoughtful while we are doing all the other things around upzoning, both state mandated and the allowances that are already there that are going to be increasing density to sort of catch up with itself. And I think we said here earlier, there's nothing stopping us from coming back and solidifying this if it feels right sooner. But why would we rush it and give ourselves a sooner date? I think periodic check-ins are fine, but giving ourselves the full allotted amount of time, which right now with all the state mandates in housing feels like a gift in some regard from Sacramento. We don't have that, and we haven't had that in any other state mandated housing bill. So to me, I just think it's better to take the time, and the way the motion was originally made is what I support.
Okay, Councilmember Raskin.
Yeah, I find myself in agreement with Councilmember Negrete here. I think, while I understand that, the idea of kicking the can down the road, I think we still need a lot of answers from HCD, and we still have a lot of development to do on the Planning Commission level. We still might have a trailer bill that could potentially address some of this stuff. So 6 months feels a little bit rushed in terms of coming back with concepts when we don't exactly know the contours of the planning universe that we're talking about. So, in principle, I'm in favor of coming back as soon as it's practicable, but I just don't know if we're going to have the answers, like the key technical answers that we really need by that time.
Okay, Councilmember Zernitskaya.
So I just had a question to see if maybe we could come to a happy medium. Would folks be amenable to having staff come back in 6 months just to let us know where they're at, regardless of whether or not there are any actual concepts? And then question to staff, not even for a check-in, just to status update without any solid concepts, just to say we're working on it. We haven't heard from HCD or haven't heard from.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Oh no, go for it.
I was going to say,
and then I'll ask my second question.
I think what probably makes sense is some kind of like progress update to understand, where the answers are from HCD, and we can continue the conversation about where council direction is.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But I don't know. HCD is slow, so
we'll do the best we can.
Yeah, but at least we're not forgetting about it.
That feels fine.
Okay, Councilmember someone.
And
yeah.
Sorry.
Question. Go ahead.
Yes. Oh my goodness. And okay. So question, just clarifying. I do think having a long runway is good for us because we don't know how long the other agencies that are involved with this and are going to take for all of the feedback and all of the guidance and everything that we're going to need to implement. However, should we find that everything magically falls into place, is there anything stopping us from potentially saying we want to adopt this earlier because all of the pieces have magically fallen into place? That may be a question more for the city attorney.
No.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, there's nothing preventing that, should that happen. And I think one thing, and the planning director can also kind of help with this as well, but in terms of like we were talking about with the housing element actually needs to be adopted in late 2029, and it doesn't get certified until after that. So you might not get certified until early 2030, and that means that once your certification is done, that's when you start your implementation, which means your amendments to the general plan and the zoning ordinance. So that's how that timing could align if you are aligning it with the housing element update. It doesn't have to be that way, but just to understand the time frame and why the legislature seems to have picked the 2030 time frame.
And just remember, for the housing element, you don't wait till October 2029 to,
Yeah.
the adoption has to be well before then to account for HCD's review, which for sure will get comments. So building in that time frame, so come the expiration, of 6 cycle, we're not in the same situation we were before.
Okay. Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. So going back to that chart that has the Expo Bundy stop as not available for option 2. So I guess this gets to my question earlier about like if we're doing an immediate implementation of number 2 and we're kicking or option 2 and we're kicking the development of alternative TOD zone longer, doesn't that expose that portion of the Pico neighborhood along Exposition and Delaware to greater development pressures for a longer period of time, though?
It does, but if it doesn't qualify, it doesn't, right? That's sort of...
So it depends on what HCD says.
It depends on that, and, there's no even with an alternative TOD plan, right, taking a look at, I think that we could certainly take a look at that targeted piece. We are awaiting that direction from HCD with respect to that bubble. It just doesn't look like it qualifies right now, and is there a way to have it? Because I think it depends what the goal is, right? If it's to sort of exclude it outright, is there a pathway to do that? Doesn't seem under approach 2 there is. Under an alternative TOD plan, even then, just keep in mind, like, you can't reduce capacity to 0, right? There's just not the opportunity to do that. So, I think that's really the issue. There's not that ability to like fully just say like this is just going to be status quo. Even an alternative TOD plan.
It looks like Commissioner Landers has a thought.
Yep.
I'm sorry, John. Sorry. I just wanted to bring to your attention that it's the commission doesn't usually raise legal questions, but given that this is coming to us whether, on July 1, and we clearly are not going to be ready on July 1 to protect everybody, that is why we posed the question to you about charter city rights, about outside agencies doing things to us without our participation, and about the furthering fair housing. So I'm only standing here to remind you that could be part of your direction if you chose to ask staff to explore those options, because I think if you are looking for that immediate protection, the city might want to assert some rights or reserve the right to assert some rights, particularly with respect to some of those questions that you're concerned about happening right now on July 1. It may be that they don't pay off, but I think the commission is asking you to explore them as a tool to slow things down now. And I would leave it with you and the city attorney to explore, and I don't know whether it should be explored in open session or closed, but that the commission did want you to consider those legal questions.
Yeah.
And one additional question, can you add to your questions to HCD whether we're able, or if you know the answer already, maybe, if we're able to do break it up into like multiple alternative TOD zones, so maybe we could focus our entire planning effort on that particular zone, that particular stop first, and then deal with the rest later. Is that possible? Or
we're happy to ask the question, but based on our our preliminary reading of it, I don't think there's anything that prevents that. There's no limit to how many ordinances you could adopt, really. As you kind of do it in little chunks, like that's possible, because the alternative plan, you don't have to do it all in one fell swoop. It can be on a site level, or a zone level. They're just rules you have to follow, but it doesn't appear like there's anything preventing that.
So it seems like we would want to do the stop of Expo Bundy as fast as possible and potentially accept a delay in the other stops.
Well, yeah, I mean, we can only do option 2 for the other stops. And so we're from my perspective, and, I'd be curious if Councilmember Negrete agrees with this as the seconder, but I think we should keep all implementation options on the table for now, and just, see what those options are as we get answers from HCD, as this gets worked up through the Planning Commission process. And, we'll have to make some policy choices when we come back and implement this. But conceptually, I agree that there is a special need for more immediate action with respect to that part of the Pico neighborhood and the Expo Bundy Circle. But, we'll know more when we get answers from HCD about, the interjurisdictional issues.
Yeah, if the direction is to prioritize, looking at that one, whether it's moving things within the zone to another zone, certainly we would be happy to do that. That's more targeted, than all of it. I think that's something that we could for sure explore. That's a smaller effort than trying to move everything around everywhere. Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Raskin, I think, we have a motion and a second. We've all had some comments. You accepted a friendly amendment to have staff come back with an update within the next 6 months. I think, additional direction could be that just as the Planning Commission raised these legal questions, I asked a question about it. I assume the city attorney is working on that legal analysis, but would that legal analysis be incorporated into your motion and the work that's going to be happening? Yes, I'm seeing a nod.
Yeah, I mean, I think to your point, we would have to come back and pivot based on the answers, right?
Yeah. But I think to the extent that the city attorney has information in advance of that we can use to inform our decision, that would be helpful for us. Yeah. Okay, it sounds like there's a motion. There was also kind of a friendly comment by Councilmember Hall to try to expedite the Expo Bundy stop. Is that a direction or something that you want added in? Because I think we are very concerned about just state law taking effect for the Expo Bundy stop without a TOD alternative.
Yeah, I would request that be part of the formal motion to prioritize that stop first, pending, let's start work on it. And then if we get answers from HCD that indicates we don't need to do work on it, then we can sideline that effort.
Okay, is that, Jing, possible? Okay. Great. So it sounds like we're ready to vote.
I wanted to ask about Councilmember Snell's friendly amendment. The right to recall.
You mean right to return?
Councilmember Raskin mentioned every single tool possible for anti-displacement, including right to return, cash assistance, other legal remedies. Yeah. So that was accepted.
Okay. All right. Are you ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Zarnaskaya.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
And Mayor Terosas.
Yes. Great. We will now move on to item R16.
I had a question for the city attorney.
Oh.
So since these were heard together, is the one vote enough, or do we need to do separate votes? 13A.
One vote's enough. There's no action necessary on item 13. It's just kind of a receive and report.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Zwick, or Mayor Pro Tem Zwick, you can return. Thank you, Commissioner Landris, for sticking with us. I don't know where he might be, but maybe as he's walking in here, Madam Clerk, you can just explain what this item is.
So we have 16A, which is appointment to one scheduled vacancy on the Building and Fire Life Safety Commission for a term ending June 30th, 2028. And we have one eligible candidate, and it's Jeffrey Halbert.
Yeah, I move that.
We have to do voice vote on everything.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, I move that we nominate him.
Great.
And who
Second.
made the second?
Second.
Oh, are we the?
Mayor Pro Tem, we're nominating the only eligible applicant to the Fire Life Safety. Second. Okay, great.
Okay. Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Swick,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell. Yes. Councilmember Zarnaskaya,
Yes.
and Mayor Terosas.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Great. Yeah, and so we are going to go back to closed session, but before we do that, I think we have a couple of adjournments. Do you want to go first?
There's two.
Yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
who's reading the other one. Are you reading the other one?
No, he is.
Okay.
Do you want to do it or do you want her to do it?
I'll,
No.
no. Okay, so I'll start with this one. Tonight, we're adjourning this meeting in the name of Don R. McCowan, and he happens to be the father of Kristen McCowan, who served on the city council. Her last position here was Mayor Pro Tem. Don R. McCowan passed peacefully at home in his native Santa Monica, California on Sunday, April 12th, 2026, after a battle with Parkinson's disease. Don was a loving and devoted husband, father, grandfather, and brother. Don was born on July 17th, 1946 in Santa Monica to Hazel and Jack McCowan. He graduated from Santa Monica High School in 1964. He was drafted into the United States military during the Vietnam War, deployed in Okinawa, and served as an Air Force MP. Following the war, Don returned to Santa Monica, where he attended Santa Monica College and later California State University Northridge, where he would meet his wife, Anna Marie. Don worked as a bookkeeper before joining the United States Postal Service in 1985. He spent 23 years with the USPS until his retirement in 2008. Don's true passions were his family and the many years he dedicated to coaching his children's sports, helping out at Troop 2 Boy Scout camps, and volunteering and engaging in activities at his parish church, St. Monica's. From 2008 to 2014, Don relished his retirement and being personal chauffeur to his wife and his son, Justin, until Justin's untimely passing in 2014. Don's greatest joys were fishing with friends on Thursdays and being there for his family. Although health challenges from multiple myeloma and Parkinson's impacted his final years, Don still created memorable moments with his children and grandchildren. Whether he was listening to his favorite oldies, telling epic tales of his childhood escapades, surprising the room with unexpected Pictionary wins, or simply flashing that $1 million smile, Don's warmth and larger-than-life charm will be missed by the many friends and family lucky enough to have known him. Don is predeceased by his son, Justin McCowan, who was born who passed in September of 2014, and is survived by his wife, Anna Marie McCowan, his children, Don McCowan, Kristen McCowan DeCall, Jonathan McCowan, and Joseph McCowan, and Felicia McCowan from a prior marriage. He is also survived by his daughter-in-law, Cynthia Niece McCowan, and Emily Greenfield McCowan, his son-in-law, Albert DeCall, and his grandchildren, Taylor McCowan, Sophie McCowan, River McCowan, Charlotte McCowan, Skylar McCowan, Justin DeCall, and Brooklyn DeCall. In addition, Don is survived by all 11 of his siblings: Jerry, Alvin, John, Jackie, Diana, Ronnie, Rosalind. I didn't have my glasses on. Atherley, Montez, Steve, Kevin, and Donna, as well as numerous nieces, Tina, nieces, nephews, and cousins. Thank you. Sorry, I had all the names to read. Very big family, and he will be missed.
Beautiful. Your turn.
We're also joining tonight's meeting in memory of Carl Edwin Schober. Carl was born on June 8th, 1944, a lifelong Santa Monica resident, community supporter, and philanthropist. He passed away on March 7th, 2026, at the age of 81. Raised in Santa Monica, Carl came from a family that relocated from Minnesota in the 1920s and later became significant landowners in the Santa Monica area. His mother, Thelma Schober, was the original founder of the Santa Monica Bay Women's Club, instilling in him a lifelong commitment to civic involvement and community service. Carl graduated from Santa Monica High School in 1962 and continued his education at Santa Monica College, Oregon State University, and California State University, Los Angeles. He remained closely connected to Santa Monica High School through alumni activities and contributions to alumni publications. Known for his kindness and gentle demeanor, Carl was forever curious and deeply knowledgeable about world, naval, and military history. He was a member of the Santa Monica Kiwanis Club and Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce and quietly supported numerous local charitable efforts. He also owned the historic Mayfair Theater in Santa Monica. Carl will be remembered for his generosity, intellectual curiosity, and enduring love for Santa Monica, its history, and its community. May we honor Carl's legacy by continuing his spirit of quiet philanthropy, civic engagement, and care for one another, ensuring that his lifelong dedication to community service lives on. May this meeting be adjourned in memory of Carl Edwin Schober.
Beautiful. Thank you all. We will now adjourn to closed session. And Madam City Attorney, do we need to come back after that?
We do to do a report out, but
Okay.
we anticipate it would be 20 minutes.
Great. Thank you.
Let's do it, guys.
20 minutes, all right. Pardon me? Oh, thank you.
The front side. No, there's nothing. Wait. He's wearing a blank hat. Blanket.
quickly. We're gonna report out and go home, all right? All right.
Please, thanks for waiting for us.
Okay, that's good.
Okay, we're back. It's 12:29. City Attorney, can we hear a report out of closed session?
Yes, items 5A, 5B, and 5C were heard with no reportable action taken.
Great. We are now adjourned at 12:30. Thank you.